I'm trying to stay focused, but somehow all I can think of is when you split. I gotta find a motive, play forward, watch every sequence bit by bit. Cause this is my own investigation. I am obsessed with finding out why you left. I keep on searching for the missing pieces, try to find the reason why I ended up without you, baby. I got about a million leads to find the answer why you left me in the cold. I'm turning every stone like a detective. What's your objective? I guess I'm addicted. I need to know why you rejected me. Like a detective. What's your objective? I guess I'm addicted. I need to know why you rejected me. I'm lying awake in our bed while staring holes in the ceiling. I got no clues. You played a trick in my head. Can't listen to reason or logic. I'm so confused. I'm caught up in the web of these loose ends that don't lead nowhere. But I won't rest my case until I know. I keep on searching for the missing pieces, try to find the reason why I ended up without you, baby. I got about a million leads to find the answer why you left me in the cold. I'm turning every stone like a detective. What's your objective? I guess I'm addicted. I need to know why you rejected me. Like a detective. What's your objective? I guess I'm addicted. I need to know why you chance. If I solve the puzzle, it would all make sense. But deep inside, I know it's not that simple. Feels like I'm banging my head against the wall. I keep on searching for the missing pieces, trying to find the reason why I ended up without you, baby. I got about a million leads to find the answer why you left me in the cold. I'm turning every stone like a detective. What's your objective? I guess I'm addicted. I need to know why you rejected me. Like a detective. What's your objective? I guess I'm addicted. I need to know why you rejected me.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of which region and time zone you are in, welcome to our Day 3 of Cultural Workshop. I'm Emma, one of the Global Buddies. I will be your MC for this exciting workshop. Thankfully, despite the second year of pandemic, we are still able to carry out this big event, iWeek 2021. I'm delighted to meet all of you guys on this glorious day. Dear participants, this exciting workshop is going to be in 2 sessions. The first one, expert sharing session with the title Culture Shock and Intercultural Adaptation from the Perspective of Brain and Mind Science. The second one is going to be panel discussion session among international students on cultural taboo. Before we kick off, I would like to remind you few housekeeping rules. First one, please mute your microphone to avoid any disturbance during the session. Second, you may unmute yourself when the speaker allows it or when you would like to answer questions by the speaker. For this workshop, I would like to introduce you all our lovely, stunning guest moderator, Dr. Sheena Kaur. She's a senior lecturer at the Department of English Language, Faculty of Languages and Linguistics. She obtained her PhD in Applied Linguistics from Lancaster University in United Kingdom. She specializes in corpus linguistics techniques in a range of areas across applied linguistics and sociolinguistics in relation to language and social identity. Currently, she holds the position of Deputy Dean of Postgraduate Studies at the faculty, and she was formerly the Deputy Director of the International Relations Office at the university. Besides, she actively involved in community work. One of the most prominent projects is she has led the faculty's first community engagement course project with the Semai community at the Pos Pantai, Kuala Lipis, Pahang, which is these projects involve first-year undergraduates in the faculty. Therefore, she believes that intercultural adaptation is considered as an important tool to be able to communicate with people more effectively. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would like to welcome our Dr. Sheena to begin her session.
Thank you, Emma, for the very kind introduction. Yeah, talking about culture, I'd like to welcome all of you to the International Week organized by University of Malaya on a yearly basis. And today we are so honored to have with us all the way from Turkey, right? We have Mr. Emre Seven. Nice to have you here with us in the studio, Emre. How are you doing over there?
Hello and greetings from Turkey.
Hi,
I'm
greetings.
so fine. I'm so happy and honored to be here with you guys today. So
What's
it's
the
a
time
great
difference? What's
pleasure.
the time on you over there?
It's 9:10 right now in the morning.
In the morning. All right, so sorry to wake you up in the morning, just like that.
Not at all.
Okay.
I have a small
Allow me
daughter, so
to-
she gets up earlier than me.
Yeah, nice to have you here with us in the studio, Emre. Okay,
Thank
we're
you.
talking about culture and the importance of culture. As you know, cultural awareness helps us break down cultural barriers and build cultural bridges. We learn how to appreciate those who are different from us. So being culturally aware will be useful throughout your life. Those participants, audience who's watching, whether you're traveling abroad for a holiday or you're studying or you're working across cultures. So therefore, we have this session today to help all of us identify attitudes, actions when dealing with diversity, and for us to develop sensitivity towards different cultures. And what better expert than to have Emre Seven with us. Allow me to give an introduction to Emre. He's a lecturer at Sivas Cumhuriyet University, Turkey, or better known as SCU. He works at the International Relations Office, and he is responsible for the mobilities between SCU and partner countries. He also teaches at the Department of Translation and Interpreting. His field of study is cognitive anthropology, focusing on the cognitive side of culture shock experiences and intercultural adaptation and communication. That's very interesting. He gives talks and seminars in international events on overcoming the difficulties in life abroad. So exactly what we're needing for this International Week. On his personal side, he's married to Elvina Seven, who is a pianist. Interesting. And he has a lovely daughter named Elmira. So ladies and gentlemen, those in the studio and those joining us virtually, please welcome Mr. Emre Seven. Over to you, Emre.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for your kind words and for your introduction. So I'm really honored to be here. Let me share my screen, by the way. I think, all right. So I think everybody can see my screen, right? Okay. So dear committee members, dear participants, dear students, dear guests, I'm really honored and privileged to be invited to talk such a prestigious event organized by one of the best universities in the world. So firstly, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing team at the Global Enrichment and Mobility Center for realizing the iWeek 2021 and literally for their contribution to the global enrichment, as their name provides. So such a beautiful name for the work you do. I think this type of online events are the best part of the life created by COVID-19 pandemic, right? It clears away the distance, clears away the physical distance between countries and makes the world like more accessible. And for example, in Sivas, Turkey, I am 7,633 kilometers away from Kuala Lumpur, and here I am right in front of you. And really, I find it amazing. On the other hand, nowadays, having international experience or intercultural experience, in other words, meeting someone or something from another culture, is not a privilege or luxury that belongs to only a very limited number of people. International companies are rising in number, and also international mobility. I mean, studying in a different culture, different country is not something very unusual nowadays. Indeed, it is a very necessary step of an ideal academic or professional life. In some, it's a small world after all, as the famous saying goes, but the world has never been that small yet. However, there's another part of it. Just putting the cultures into contact, like just being together or being exposed to a different culture, does not create mutual understanding by itself directly. In other words, being adapted to a new culture does not happen just because you are there. Unfortunately, in many cases, it may cause misunderstanding, disturbance, uneasiness, and unfortunately, sometimes even hate crimes or racism. But what if I told you that these misunderstandings, disturbances, and uneasiness are mostly not because of our lack of skills or empathy, but a very basic and normal principle of our brain, and which is very helpful for our survival. And thanks to the amazing flexibility and plasticity of our of human brain, we can learn to manipulate it and to get best out of it. So in this presentation, we'll try to give you a very brief insight into the culture shock phenomenon and intercultural adaptation from the brain and mind perspective. And I'm going to share you some experiences, some tips that have been very useful in my own personal intercultural journey. I'm not a brain scientist. I'm not a psychologist, but I'm a person who has been living and working in the very middle of intercultural diversity in terms of profession, background, and family life. As a member of international relations office at my university, every single day I teach or I contact people who have been exposed to intercultural experience. Also, as a cognitive anthropology student, I'm researching how these cultural experiences differ in different contexts, different cultural contexts. Also, I'm married to a lady who has been the citizen of 4 different countries so far and speaker of 5 languages. So basically, I'm in the kitchen of the intercultural world, and all that I'm going to talk about is the experiences that I learned through this journey. First, let's define culture shock. It's a hot topic nowadays, right? You can find hundreds of videos on YouTube about the experiences of nomad YouTubers, right, in a new country. And mistakenly, culture shock is mostly known as the surprise of novelties that you come across when you enter a new culture. For example, if you are from a Nordic country like Finland or Norway, and where people queue like this distance normally, and you may be shocked to see the Indian style of queuing, right? It's quite normal for both sides, but it's like very shocking. Or if you are from a non-Muslim background, and if you are trying to make an appointment with your Muslim client, you may be shocked to hear the word inshallah instead of yes, of course, for meeting at 9:30. So this can be a great shock for the people who are not exposed to these experiences. However, culture shock is, although it is commonly described as these little surprises, culture shock is much more deeper than that and much more complicated than that. So culture shock first is a cognitive matter that is related to brain and mind. Simply, it is your brain's reaction to too much new information that you are exposed to. It is the uneasiness that you feel when you are in a new cultural environment. So why does our brain react to new information differently than familiar information that way? It is because our brains work with the principle of cognitive economy, which means spending the minimum effort for getting the maximum result. In other words, our brains evaluate the information that it is exposed to in terms of the amount of energy that is needed to be spent and the outcome of this spending. So basically, it is minimum effort out of maximum result. Maximum result out of minimum effort. That's a defense mechanism to use your limited resources as a mortal being for a longer time. Let's make a small test for it. If I say I've bought two products and in total I paid $110 and one is $100 cheaper. If I ask you how much is the cheaper one, the first answer that will come to your mind will be $10, right? But if you just think carefully about that, if the less expensive one is $10 and more expensive one is $100, $110, it makes 120 in total. So the less expensive is, by the way, less expensive and cheaper one is $5, by the way. So it makes it in total, it makes $110. So why? I mean, why we have such a why does our brain miscalculate such a easy math question? It is not because of our limited math ability, but our brain's tendency go for the easy target, because this way less energy will be spent so that it will be saved energy for the other actions. And thinking over it, it would cost our brain to spend more energy. We intuitively avoid to spend more energy. It is the same for every information our brain exposed to. Every second, we are exposed to an unlimited amount of information. And from birth till death, our brain constantly evaluates every info that has been around with the purpose of security. This is the basic principle of our central nervous system. And just as in our miscalculation, familiar information, in other words, the information that has been encountered before, I mean, the information that you know, is easier for brain to evaluate. So less energy is needed to analyze it. So that's why we feel more relaxed and in our familiar surroundings and near familiar people, because our brain would not need to spend much effort to understand these things. That's why we associate familiarity with safety and contentment even. However, novel information, in other words, the information that is different than what you used to or that you have exposed to for the first time, makes our brain spend more energy, because our brain tries to understand, is it dangerous? Is it beneficial? Is there any potential gain? What should be my reaction? That's why it's kind of an alert for the brain and requires effort. It is like when somebody you know and expect to come knocks on your door, you directly open it, right? It's not a big deal. You know this person, you're expecting this person, and directly you open the door. It's not a big deal. However, if your door is knocked at an unexpected time by a complete stranger, you need to check first, who is this person, okay, to open before opening the door. So that's why you think about it more. So you can feel tense even when you see this person, even without noticing. So similarly, in our own culture, most of the things are familiar, right, and predictable, accepted, normal, and most importantly, we take them for granted. In other words, we often do not notice them. Like we don't care, not care, but we don't notice them that much. But in a new culture, every single detail like that you never thought before becomes something new for you. So it becomes unpredictable, it becomes unknown, abnormal. So your brain needs to analyze and be sure it's safe. So to handle this load of information, new information, we tend to use our own cultural references. These cultural references are those that we use at home to make sense out of things, but mostly they do not work in a new environment, in a new cultural environment as they do at home. So, for example, in the United States, let's say, let's give an example. It's quite normal for people to smile and to say hello, how are you, to people that they met in the streets, or like to person who's shopping next to you supermarket, or like somebody that you just come across, even if you don't know this person. It's quite normal to say hi, how are you. But in Turkey, and I'm sure in many parts of the world, as hello and how are you is generally said to people that you know. Okay. And that's why saying it to a stranger with a smile on your face, or hearing it from a stranger, could cause a bit confusion. So basically the same thing, but you have different evaluation. So a very simple behavior like smiling and saying hello, how are you, could arouse many different types of emotion, because our cultural references, I mean, the cultural eyeglasses, I call it, that you use to evaluate the information at home is not valid mostly for a new culture. It is only valid for your own culture. And these eyeglasses in a different culture will not work in a different culture, just as it's not possible to see with using somebody else's eyeglasses. So the same principle happens here. And what makes the things more difficult in terms of culture, that it is not the very visible or obvious things, but the very subtle things that create the most of the difference. And culture is a subtle thing. And culture has much more invisible parts than the visible ones, and it's important and complicated than we may think. So our brain constantly spends too much effort in a new culture. And as most of the things are different than what we are used to in our home culture. So when we are in a different culture, our cultural schemas are broken. Your brain becomes tired, exhausted. You miss home, you miss the good old days, and you find it difficult to focus on even like very simple things that you've taken for granted, and you cannot understand what's going around. Even you may have physical symptoms. You may gain weight or lose weight more than you do at your home. And both physically and psychologically, you are burnout. Culture shock is this fatigue state of mind. So I always resemble it going to the gym for the first time. Because in the gym, if you perform the movements that are very different from your usual routines, right? Your muscles are not used to these movements. So they are different from your daily routine movements. That's why you become exhausted easily and you suffer from pain and ache after your first training sessions. It's quite normal. But the more you perform the same movements, the more your muscles get used to them and it becomes easier for you, and you will feel less pain after that. And when you organize your diet and preparation according to your program, you can perform much better with less suffering. However, if you always repeat the same movements, if you always do the same things, if you don't change the weight or add anything new, after some point, your muscle growth will stop. And if you don't know the basics of the trainings, or if you don't supply yourself with necessary amount of supplements, or like if you don't organize your diet, and also if you don't warm up enough before your training, you may get hurt, right? You may hurt yourself. So same goes here in terms of culture. If you keep staying, I mean, if we keep staying in our cultural environment, in our familiar cultural environment, and if we keep staying in our comfort zone, our cultural growth will stop. We will lose the chance of gaining one of the most important skills of 21st century, the intercultural competence. On the other hand, if you don't know how to warm up, and if you don't know how to use the right techniques of this cultural gym, we may culturally get hurt. Every year, international companies lose millions of dollars for the employees that cannot adapt to the life outside of their country, like in an abroad mission, and they return prematurely. And international students, if they are not courageous enough, or if they are not ready for this experience, they lose the chance of international mobility, the opportunity to spend their university life in a different culture. So what to do, because familiarity and routine stops cultural growth, we said, and change and novelty can be scary. So what can we do about this? Of course, it is beyond the limits of a 30 minutes presentation to talk about such a huge subject, because normally the trainings of these intercultural experiences take weeks and months. But I'm going to share some of the tips that have been very useful in my own personal intercultural journey. The first thing is getting yourself familiar with the unknown. It may seem a bit paradoxical, but this is an important thing. It is about creating an uncertainty schema in your brain. Human brain considers uncertainty as a threat, because uncertainty is something threatful for the brain, something to avoid. However, uncertainty is inevitable, right? It's everywhere. We cannot know, but just to predict what's going to happen even a second later, it's impossible to directly know what is going to happen in the future. Uncertainty, so, is everywhere. That's why for a successful adaptation, we need to get used to it. So what to do about that? What to do to prepare ourselves for the uncertainty? In other words, to make peace with uncertainty. So here are some tips. First, try to learn a new language that is far more different than yours, because language and culture are closely interrelated. And by learning a new language, totally new language, your brain will be ready, like better prepared for a new experience. Or if language learning is too much of a thing for you, you may start by learning a different alphabet or some new words or concepts, for example. Another thing, you can listen, watch, read, eat, go something new regularly. In other words, make yourself the new as your new routine. Or you can start a new hobby from the beginning as a total beginner, but it should be something that you've never tried before. So from the beginning as a total beginner. And if these things are too much of a thing for you, you can even sometimes go home using a new route. This is a very simple thing that we can do. So these small and safe tricks will help your brain to start accept uncertainty and unknown as not that dangerous. It will create a kind of an uncertainty schema in your brain so that your brain will evaluate it not that dangerous. So it will act as a cognitive training for your brain to adapt to the new. The second tip about learning, cultural learning, like learning about culture. But here, I don't mean learning about the basic information of a new country or new culture. I mean learning your own culture first, just like as a foreigner does. You can check the details of your culture. You can analyze your culture. You can think over it. You can compare and contrast with a different culture, and you can talk to a foreign friend, and you will do all of these for your own culture as a foreigner does. So why this way? By doing these things, you'll be surprised and you will be shocked to see what a great deal of your own culture you take for granted and you never notice. So another thing to be useful in your cultural adaptation, learning about the cultural difference theories. These theories will help you to understand what is the nature of the culture. So Geert Hofstede, Edward Hall, Trempenaar, and Hampton Turner, and a new name, Mai Nguyen, are some of the names that you can just consult to. I just can suggest these names, these theories for you. Also, if you need a book to start with, if you are a total beginner, you can have a look at my dear friend, Dr. Joseph Shaw's book, and I've translated into Turkish, A Beginner's Guide to Deep Culture Experience, highly recommended. So as a summary, all of the things I or these theories say or focus, it is to see the different without judging. So it is to teach your brain to see the different as just different, not true, not false, not right, not wrong, and most importantly, not better and not worse, just different. I would like to end my presentation with some verses from a Turkish poet who suffered a lot because his ideas were different, not better, not worse, just different. He had to spend quite much of his life, and he died and he was buried away from his homeland, Turkey. And he wrote these verses for his love for his nation and country. And I think it's also a nice approach to look at the cultural differences. I've tried to translate them into English from Turkish. He said, to live like a tree, single, alone, and free, and like a forest, together as brothers and sisters. Thank you so much.
We need to know we are just different, not judging, not being judgmental where cultures are concerned, but knowing to know, good to know that we are different. I love the tips that you have brought up for our audience. Will be very helpful for students who are considering mobility. You mentioned several tips for them. They should get to know their cultures first, very important, and getting themselves to learn new languages. That's very important. Start a new hobby, getting yourself familiar with the unknown. I like that very much. I particularly like the fact that you shared the fact about culture shock, the surprise of the novelty in our culture, how we tend to take things for granted. I find that you have also shared with us this little anecdote. I like that. You mentioned that you are in a kitchen in the intercultural world where your wife speaks many languages. So that was interesting. And you've mentioned about culture shock coming from the perspective of the brain, something that is fascinating for all of us. Thank you so much for sharing. And yeah, if you're all right about taking questions from the audience, I think that there are some questions already coming in into the chat. Let's have a look at the screen and see what questions we have for you. Emre? Okay, we have from, let's see, let's look at the chats from Ahmad Farouk. What did Dr. Emre think when meeting someone who doesn't respect other culture, or even worse, his own culture? Is there anything we can do about them, about people who don't respect other cultures?
Okay, yeah, this is a kind of misfortunate situation. That will be a misfortunate situation, but my presentation is basically about this. Maybe we can start, if of course it's very difficult, we can start by understanding that these things can also be as a result of the other side's brain's reaction, because we may seem different. Of course, I'm not, blaming or like finding an excuse, but we can start by thinking about this is kind of a cognitive matter. Of course, it is very difficult to handle this situation, but my suggestion is to understand first and to let yourself know about the reasons. So it will be easier this way if you just come across with such a situation. So understanding that it can be normal. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but normal. So it will be helpful for us to handle it with more easiness.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll wait for other questions to come in. We've got very positive feedback. Thank you, Doctor, for this interesting presentation. Thank you for a very fruitful presentation. I learned the basics about differences between humans. Yeah, so very positive comments from the audience regarding the presentation just now. Okay,
There's one more question
right, we have another question.
What about cultures that are not compatible with ours?
What about cultures that are not compatible with ours? Okay, should we or not? Okay, should we assimilate or not? If not, what should we do to experience those different cultures? So what about cultures that are not
I can,
compatible with
yeah.
ours? Emre.
I can answer this question by a theory.
Okay.
Dr. John Berry has like acculturation theory. He says there are 4 types of reaction that we just give into new culture. The first one is about chauvinistic approach. The first one is rejecting the other culture totally and stick to your culture. For example, if you are exposed to a new culture, you can say, they don't know anything. They are like not a good, they are not of good deeds or something. My culture is the best. I should be like totally devoted to my own culture, blah, blah. Second approach is the opposite, the rejectionist approach. You can reject your own culture and you can be assimilated. It's exactly what this person's, our guest says. This is also not very useful because you assimilate and you lose your own culture. I believe that every culture is valuable and this is not the solution to assimilate. Third one is marginality. This is also belonging nowhere, not that new culture, not all your own culture. So you are becoming marginalized. This is not also a very useful way to answer. But fourth one is my suggestion, and it is, I think, the best option. It's integrative approach. You can get the best out of your own culture, and you can get the best out of the new culture. So you synthesize them. But this is exactly the ideal approach for a new culture. Of course, it's difficult, but if you know the basics of these cultural production or cultural, let's say, being, so it should be your aim to integrate both cultures into a new one, a unique one. As the poet says, you are a single being, but you're also part of a community. So you can both be your own culture, follow your own culture. Also, you can be integrated with the other cultures. So that will be my answer for that.
Okay, interesting. I like your approach, the integrative approach. That's the best. Take what's the best out of your own culture and the others as well, and have your own unique culture. Yeah, I like that approach. Yeah, let the questions come in. Do we have any more questions in the chat box? Feel free to ask Emre any questions, especially students who are planning to go for mobility. It's possible to go for these mobility programs, especially now with some countries have opened borders. And the session today has been really, really useful to help you prepare yourself with the different cultures from the other countries that possibly you may go to for studies or even a holiday. This would be all very useful. Okay, another question for you, Emre. Very informative presentation. I have a question. People often mix culture with religion. Okay, so which causes problems? What is your suggestion for them? For people who often mix culture with religion?
This is a contentious issue. For example, I'm a Turkish person and also I'm a Muslim. So my culture is about Turkish culture and Islamic culture, like mix of it. I totally understand the question. So it causes problems because religion is a contentious issue. Like religion is the holy part. So it is difficult even to hear about any criticism, any even the fact that any problem can occur in terms of religion can disturb us totally. So the suggestion is to think about your religion is a connection with your God. So nobody can interfere with it. Nobody can judge you for this. But also, you shouldn't be reactive to people who are judging you with their religious purpose. I experienced this a lot because I've been to many different parts of culture, especially Islam is also a very, how to explain, Islamophobia, is a very common thing, unfortunate thing nowadays. So I'm exposed to these things, but I know that my religion is between me and God. So I don't let anyone to interfere with my beliefs. Also, I don't have to change my beliefs in terms of like harmony. So you can just create the harmony. You can integrate yourself by keeping your religion with you and keeping your culture with you. Also being open-minded and being understanding towards the other. So this is what I can say about that.
Yeah, I totally agree with your view. Yeah, you can keep your religion your religion is between you and God. Yeah, and then you're exposed to culture, have an open mind, and integrate yourself with the other cultures. I think we have another question, right? I thought I saw one more question. Let's wait for it to appear on the screen. Okay. Based on your experience, Dr. Ambre, what was your worst culture shock that it took you time to overcome it? Did you come across any such situation?
Very interesting person. Because I have experienced this thing a lot. I can say I can give, it's not a culture shock, but it's the kind of a surprise for experience. I can say when I was when I started my work at university a few years ago, I met a student from Ethiopia, and he was a very timid guy. He was like calm, like a bit like, as I say, timid. He was scared to talk to me. And each time I say something, I was explaining him some things, and each time I just say something, he was going like, and I thought he's scared of me because in my culture means like being scared about. So I just thought that maybe he's scared of me. I took him out, and I just show him around at university. Maybe he could feel more comfortable. But each time I say something, he was going like this, and I thought he may be ill in his lungs because I thought like African, directly a stereotype came to my mind. African can be also. I talked to my wife about it when we prayed for him. We just said, "Oh, I wish he could be better, like in the future with his lungs." Next day, another Ethiopian student came, and there he was going again, like for each sentence I said. Then I noticed that it is not exactly an illness or shock, but showing understanding, just like in Turkey we do like what for the reaction is showing that they're understanding of me. So it was a shock for me, like a small shock for me, like to think about it. But in terms of culture shock, I just experienced not culture shock, but reverse culture shock when I came from United States to Turkey, because before I was going to United States, I never been out of Turkey, and I always like taken granted everything in Turkey. As now I can understand it. When I come back to my own country, I saw everything different. People's reactions are different. Traffic is different, and like even the distance between people are different. The hierarchy of the workforce is different. So it was a diverse culture shock that I experienced. So it was a reverse culture shock, not a like culture shock there, but the reverse culture shock. So this is, I think, the worst experience. It took a long time for me to get into peace with these things.
Thank you very much. I think even as academic staff dealing with international students, we do experience this. Just to add on to your story just now about your Ethiopian student, I had a student from Nigeria many years ago, and each time I had a supervision with him, he was my master's student. So each time I had a supervision with him, he knocked on my door and he said, "Hi, mommy, how are you?" And the first time it was really a culture shock because I am not your mommy. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, but I didn't say anything. And then he kept, "Yes, mommy. Okay, mommy." And then I thought, okay, perhaps he missed his mom. And then the second time he came in, I actually asked him, I said, "You called me mommy?" And then he said, yeah, it's a sign of respect. In my culture, it's a sign of respect. You're my supervisor. and I'm respecting you, you know. And yeah, I was okay, but it came as a culture shock to me. So yeah,
It's a surprise.
we do need to be sensitive as well to students who come to us, you know, at University Malaya, and I'm sure it's the same in SCU. You do meet a lot of international students, and you know you have all these encounters. And you mentioned about reverse culture shock. I think that's also another thing. We are constantly traveling, constantly living for either a short period of time, and when you come back, you know, you experience these kind of reverse culture shocks as well. Yeah. So kind of, I relate to what you said just now. Okay, we have another question. I have a question regarding the cognitive thinking. Is it the same as intuition? Yeah. Emre, what do you think? Cognitive thinking, is it the same as intuition?
It is two different mindset. Let's talk about. We have in our mind two different. It's a very famous theory, dual process of mind. It says that we have one intuitive mind and one attentive mind. Intuitive mind is not in our control. It is the things that we take for granted. It is the thing that you don't spend much effort to understand. This is exactly what is active in our own culture. But attentive mind is different. Like you just spend more effort to analyze it. You try to think about it consciously. I always resemble it to, for example, the manager of an institution. Like imagine a young manager of an institution, and the workers who are very experienced. Generally, it is thought that the manager who does the job, but it is exactly the workers who are experienced does the job. For example, the workers in a factory, they just do some things even without noticing. They just very experienced on these things. They just, without noticing, without knowing, they just do automatically, intuitively. But when something new comes to them, when something that they never experienced before, they just go into the manager, and the manager has to think about it, like, oh, what's this? And then what should I do like this? So if you think the manager as the cognitive, attentive side, and if you think the workers as the intuitive side, so it can be understood. We are not in control. We are not always very conscious about what we do in our lives. Generally, it's our autopilot. The intuitive side is in control. But when we are in a culture shock, when we are in a new culture, our attentive mind forces us to analyze everything. For example, when I'm talking to you, if I was in your office, when I'm talking to you, I should arrange my distance with you intuitively, right? Because in Turkey, I have an intuitive like distance to protect. But in a new culture, it could be very surprising, because some cultures are closer. They have little distance between people, as I gave as an example in the culture shock. So these things, when it goes into the cognitive side, to the attentive side, it makes you tired, because these things I never think about. I just arrange it automatically, intuitively, with my intuitive mind. But in a new culture, I have to arrange it like this. Is it probable? So do I sound too polite, or do I sound too like this bossy? Or so in a new culture, you arrange and you go into your attentive side, cognitive side more. And interesting thing is, our cognitive, the attentive side, is less in capacity. It is not that, like that powerful, but our intuitive side is more powerful. So it is not the same with intuition. Intuition is 90%. Attentive mind is 10%, let's say.
Yeah, so we have to be consciously aware, especially if you're in another culture, what seems to be all right in one culture may not be appropriate in another culture, right? As you mentioned just now, in terms of space, social distancing. Yeah. Do we have another question? Let's look at the screen. I think we have another question coming up.
Yeah.
Hang on, they're transferring the question from the from the screen to the other screen here. Yeah, okay. Based on your experience, do you think that people from Asia, as it is more diverse, adapt better to culture shock compared to our counterparts from other regions? So that's a good question.
That's a good question, but I don't think that one culture or one side is more adaptive to the culture shock easily, or find it easier to adapt to new culture. It totally can be a disaster also for an Asian to adapt in a new culture. Also, it can be a totally easy for somebody to from West, let's say, to adapt new culture. So it's not about being Asia. For Asia, I can say something because Asian, I'm an Asian member. I'm a member of an Asian culture. For us, collective mind is more important because we are a collective country. So our community is important. We are together because our nation, our even cities, even schools that you graduate are very important for our like culture. So that creates kind of a difficulty because you are so you tend to be with your community, but in an individual culture you are alone. Let's say in United States or in United Kingdom you are an individual being, but in Asia we are a part of a community. We are a collective being. We are collectivists, but their side is individual. So going out of your collectivist, let's say, group can be even sometimes more difficult. But always we say that these differences are not 100% differences. So a Asian person can be very individual inside, or a Westerner can be very collective inside. That's why there is no, I don't think that Asians or Europeans adapt to life easier than the other cultures. It's totally up to the person also.
Okay, so it boils down to the individual then.
Yep.
Okay. We have another question. Okay. Can the screen be slightly lower? I can't see the top of the question. Okay, this is a long question. Culture is also regarded as one's identity, and people tend to stick around and be comfortable with people of the same identity or culture. But having two identities can be difficult for children that come from mixed marriage families. They are never seen as belonging to one of the parents' cultures since they are mixed. In family gatherings, for example, the kids are often ignored by their cousins. What can the parents do to ensure the children wouldn't face such discrimination even from their relatives? So this is very personal, and yeah, it is true to some extent since it's being brought up here by one of the members of the audience. So how would you address this, Emre?
I am exactly living this situation because my wife is from a different culture, and our kid is a different like citizen of different culture, different countries. But she's only 7 months old, so she's not aware of the culture differences yet. But of course, this is a tricky situation, but it's exactly the same about the integration theory. So parents should teach their kids that being different is not a crime. Being different is not something better or worse, but it's something normal. So the kid should always be aware of the cultural differences as not the guilt or not the advantage, but a very normal side of their life. So since the childhood, the adapting to new or being the new, being the different should be taught to kids so that it will not be so difficult to handle the situation. So my suggestion is always be in contact with the kid, but in terms of showing the kid, teaching the kid, not judging difference, also not being affected by being the different. So it's quite normal. It's quite normal. It shouldn't be overlooked. It shouldn't be, let's say, ignored. You should always be in control and talk to the kid about this being new and different culture. So, for example, my wife had this experience a lot because she was born in Uzbekistan and she moved to Crimea, and she now lives with me in Turkey. So I can see that she is easily changing when she goes into her homeland and when she comes back to Turkey. So she has learned it through all her life, and her family is always helpful for being the different, being not the majority. So it's about always preparing your kid for this experience.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Right. So your wife has learned the integrative approach, yeah,
Yes,
to adapt.
exactly.
Yeah. And I suppose the beauty of the world lies in the diversity of its people, isn't it? Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, being different is unique, and we are part of the many different cultures, and integrating and understanding. I think it's the key point here as well. Yeah.
Mhm.
Do we have any more questions coming in from the members of the audience? Any more questions? No? Okay. So no more questions. The audience have been fantastic by giving us, keeping Amray busy for his session. And you answered them wonderfully, Amray. Thank you so much.
Very much.
Thank you for spending your time here with us, sharing your experiences and your knowledge about the topic that we have today. Very interesting, culture shock and intercultural adaptation from the perspective of brain and mind science. We had a presentation for Emre to recap. He provided us with tips and many fascinating definitions and scenarios about being in cultural situations. So on behalf of the University Malaya and for the International iWeek, I would like to thank you very much for being here today, sharing your thoughts and experiences with all of us in this very fascinating, stimulating, inspiring session. Thank you, Emre, and hope to meet again in our next session.
Hope to meet you too.
Bye.
I'm so happy.
Have a good day. All right. Okay, so we will all shift gears here and move on to session 2. Okay, students, are you ready? Yes? This is a hybrid session, ladies and gentlemen, for those who are just coming in and just being here in time for the second part of our cultural session. We have with us 4 students, 4 international students. Yes, come on, have a seat here. Yes? Okay. Yes, all right. As you can see, joining me here in the studio of University Malaya, we have 2 international students. Okay. Mashruba Moksud from Bangladesh.
Hello,
Mashruba,
everyone.
you'd like to introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm Mashruba. I am an international student and I'm from Bangladesh, and I'm currently pursuing my undergraduate studies from the Faculty of Business and Economics, and I'm right now doing my final year. Like, all the best for me, please. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, you'll be fine. I'll tell you what the session is all about. Let me introduce the students first. Okay, then from Bangladesh, we move to Korea. Hi, Soyeon.
Yes,
Could you introduce yourself, Soyeon?
yeah, sure. Hello, I'm Soyeon. I'm from Korea, and I'm studying in ESC of biomedical engineering. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so these are the 2 lovely students in the studio. Yeah, and I mentioned to you just now, this is a hybrid session. So we have the other 2 students who are with us virtually, all the way from Mauritius. We have Shifa, Zafira Motalib. Shifa, hi Shifa.
Hi.
Could you
Is
tell
my
us about
camera
yourself a little bit?
can you see me, Dr. Sheena?
Yes, we can see you clearly.
Is my camera weird? Because to me it is kind of
Yeah,
disorienting.
okay.
It is?
Yes, we can see you pretty clear. Yes.
All right. Okay. So should I introduce myself?
Yes, please.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Shifa Zafira, and as you know, I'm from Mauritius, and currently I am studying environmental management in the Faculty of Science in University Malaya. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Shifa. So from Mauritius, we move to China, and we have Deng Yongkai with us from China. Yongkai, like to introduce yourself? Yongkai?
Hello, doctor. Hello, everyone. My name is Deng Yongkai. I'm from China. I'm from the city of Guangzhou, and I'm currently studying in the English language studies postgraduate program. I'm a first-year student there as a master student. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you very much. So there you are. We have 4 international students with us here, 2 in the studio and 2 virtually. Technology has made it possible for us to do this. Yeah. Okay, so moving from Emily's session just now on intercultural communication and culture shock, today in the second session, we'll be talking about culture-related topics as well. And in the first session, there are 2 parts for this session. For the first session, our respective students will be talking about different cultural aspects in their culture. And then we move on to talk about something interesting related to cultural taboos, right? So we will begin the first part of our session with the presentation from our students, okay? So we'll begin with Shifa.
Hi, yes.
Hi, Shifa.
Yeah.
Shifa, as I mentioned to you just now, is joining us online all the way from Mauritius. Over to you, Shifa.
Hello, everybody. My name is Zafira, and today I am going to tell you a little bit about my country, which is Mauritius. So grab your passports and pack your bags because I am bringing you for one free round trip to Mauritius, but virtually, of course. And before I start, I'd like to tell you about a quote by Mark Twain, who was a famous American writer who visited Mauritius in 1896 and said, "Mauritius was made first and then heaven." This was just to give you a glimpse of how beautiful Mauritius is. And by now, most of you are probably thinking, where and what is Mauritius? So the island of Mauritius, or as they pronounce it, Île Maurice, is located in the Indian Ocean. So this is the African continent. On top is Asia, and Malaysia is the red circle. Most of the time when you look at a world map, Mauritius does not even show up because of how small it is. Let's zoom deeper to get a better look. Voila! There is Mauritius, located southeast of Africa, south of Madagascar, and is part of the Mascarene archipelago, in which Mauritius is the biggest one of the islands with an area of 2,040 kilometers square, but still, comparing to the rest of the world, it is one of the smallest. And it has a population of 1.27 million people. Mauritius is a volcanic island formed by a volcanic eruption million years ago. It was an inhabitable island and was first discovered by Arab sailors, then the Portuguese, then the Dutch, the French, and then lastly, the British. After gaining an independence from the British in 1968, Mauritius became a very multi-ethnic society, with majority being influenced by the French culture in terms of language and food. The people of Mauritius. So since Mauritius has no indigenous people, it is very diverse. It comprises in majority of 67 of Indo-Mauritians, people of Indian ethnicity, that were brought in when the British ruled. Then we have the Creole Martians, or also known as Afro-Martians, which are 28 of African origins. And then Sino-Martians at 3% of Chinese ethnicity. And lastly, Franco-Martians, 2% of French origins, and the other are Euro-Martians, which are European people from the European countries. The language of Mauritius. Similarly, like the ethnicity, the language of Mauritius is also very diverse. Having no official language, Mauritian people speak French in formal settings such as in education, courts, documents, and others. English is also known to most Mauritians, that was influenced from the British, also used in formal settings. Then there is Mauritian Creole, an informal language spoken by 90% of the population. Mauritian Creole is a derivation of the French language, or also known to be informal French. Then there is more with minorities speaking Urdu, Hindi, Bhojpuri, Chinese, and many more. Mauritius is known for several things, but the four top popular things are the first, the dodo, which is however now very much extinct. Dodos were kept preserved from the invaders, but during the hunger strike, after all meat beings have finished, they went for the dodo. It is a flightless bird the size of a swan, native only to Mauritius and East Madagascar. Since Mauritius is an island, it is flooded with tourism, attracted to the beautiful beaches of Mauritius, filled with lagoons, palm fringed beaches with coral reefs surrounding most of the coastline. Then we've got Tuosev. It is an inactive dormant volcano. Usually Mauritians would go for morning hikes, joggings, and just to walk around. It's a very refreshing and breezy area since it's at the top, surrounded by clear blue water. And at the bottom, we have parabe, which is usually used for boating sites, but during non-boating areas, you can go for swimming there. And so lastly, we come to an end. Just to wrap up, Mauritius is a very diverse country. As you can see from this picture here, we have Africans, we have Chinese, we have Europeans, and we have the Indians. So, but all in all, at the end, we're all one unity of like Mauritian people. And lastly, I want to show you is our Mauritian flag, which is easy, simple, and really nice, which is red, blue, yellow, and green horizontal stripes, and that's it. Thank you for listening to me. And as we say it in Mauritius in French, merci.
Okay, so let us move on next to Korea. Soyeon, are you ready?
Yeah.
Yes?
Sure.
Okay. So Soyeon will be presenting next on her cultural aspects, the Korean culture.
So hello again, I'm Soyeon from Korea, and now I'm gonna give like brief intro to Korean culture. Next. So most of East Asian countries, such as Japan, China, and Korea, we are mainly influenced by three ideas, which are Buddhism, Confucianism, and Tokyo. So, and here I just want to point out the Confucianism in Korea. So basically, Confucianism is belief or religion that originates from China, which is focused on the importance of personal ethics and morality. So I could say that one of the most strong Confucianism ideas that influence Korea is respecting others. So since we are young, we are strongly taught to be respectful to the others and be obedient and filial to the parents. So even though nowadays none of us said that our religion is Confucianism or like I believe in Confucianism, still the root of many of our etiquette is based on this Confucianism, such as do not eat before the others, or do not sit before the others sit first. Next. Next. So one of the big Confucianism related activities to carry out this day is 제사. 제사 is carried out by offering food to the soul of dead to show our sincerity. We prepare fruitable fruits such as rice, meat, fruits, and alcohol. We just like kind of pray to them. But still, many of Korean families follow this tradition of 제사 during our big festivals. Next. For now, I just want to give brief introduction to our traditional festival and ceremonies. Next. Next. Okay. The first one will be the Lunar New Year, 설날, which is we count from the new year in lunar calendar. We celebrate this new year bigger than actual solar calendars New Year. So during Lunar New Year, whole family gather and children will do sabbath to the adults of family. Born to them with saying 새해 복 많이 받으세요, which means have a good luck for your new year. And others will answer them with 덕담, good saying, and give them 세뱃돈. That is Korean way of angpao, I'll say. And next. Next is Mid-Autumn Festival. So Chuseok, Mid-Autumn Festival, we call it as Chuseok, is held on 15th of August in lunar calendar also. So this is originated from tradition of celebrating good harvest and thanks to the ancestor. So during Chuseok, family gather and make something together. Songpyeon is type of rice cake made by putting either sesame, red beans, or chestnut inside. In the past, we also played some traditional games such as the tigi, jegitagi, and yunori. Next. So tigi we normally play for the girls, and jegitagi next is for the boys. But during these days, we are not playing the tigi and jegitagi so much, but we still play yunori sometimes. Next. Also, on Mid-Autumn Festival, we visit our ancestor tomb to take care of it. And next. So next will be the Korean traditional wedding. As many of countries does, this day Korea also follow wedding of Western countries, like wearing black suit and white dresses. But still, many of Korean couple put traditional wedding at the end as part of their wedding ceremony. So on traditional wedding, bride wear red wedding hanbok and groom will wear blue wedding hanbok, like first picture. And after the wedding ceremony, bride will go to groom's house, and parents or groom will wishing good for the couple and throw dates, meat jerky, and chestnut to them. And couple will receive it by white clothes, like second picture. And this is carried out to bless the prosperity of offspring and happy marriage. Next. Lastly, we got the funeral. So traditionally, we normally do not burn the dead body. We bury them under the ground, which is also influenced by Confucianism. And we wear white hanbok during the whole process of funeral in the past, but during this day, many of us just wear black clothes, which is influence of Western culture. Okay, so that's all for me. I hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soyeon, for highlighting to us the different festivals, ceremonies in Korea. Very colorful indeed. A very informative presentation. Thank you so much. So let us now move on to the next candidate. So we have with us all the way from China. So let us move to China. And we have Deng Yong Kai with us. Yong Kai?
Hello everyone. Hello, doctor. Can you see the screen?
Yong Kai, over to you, Yong Kai, for your presentation.
All right. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. Today, the topic of my presentation is an overview of Chinese culture. My presentation consists of 3 parts. In the beginning, I will introduce some fundamental thoughts of Chinese culture. Next, I will introduce you to some well-known traditional festivals of Chinese culture. Last but not the least, I will talk about some elements of the traditional Chinese wedding ceremony. To begin with, as you may know, Confucianism is a dominant value throughout Chinese history. Also, given that the country has a long history of developing agriculture, some thoughts from agricultural development has also become a part of traditional values. To boil it down, the 5 kinds of moralities, as it's written in the background, benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and integrity are the core of the Confucianism thoughts, and also the roots of some traditional practices. As in daily life, it is considered to be moral when one respects the elderly and his ancestors, cares for the weak, and reciprocates kindness with others. For another thing, to get to know the best time for agricultural planning, the ancient Chinese developed a system that divides a year into 24 parts. These 24 days are called 节气, or solar terms. It is like the Western practice of dividing a year into 12 zodiacs. This solar system acts as an indication for the season and the climate. For example, as we can see here, the clear and bright solar terms is is a festival originated from this system. Next, we are going to talk about some traditional festivals. Those are Lunar Chinese New Year, Qingming Festival, and Chongyang Festival. Let's start with the most familiar one, the Lunar New Year. It lasts for 15 days in the first month of the lunar calendar, which provides people with a chance to visit their relatives and close friends. The last day of the New Year festival is called the Lantern Festival. However, nowadays, the public holiday is shortened to 7 days. Generally speaking, the first 3 days are for visiting the elderly relatives, and after those days, people go to visit their close friends. When visiting other places, people usually send red packets to the elderly and to the kids to show their concern for the weak people according to their Confucianism values. Next, let's talk about the Qingming Festival, which literally means the climate at that time is clear and bright. As mentioned, it is a festival that originated from the solar terms, so it is consistent with the Gregorian calendar that is widely used in the world today. In most cases, it's on the 5th of April. At Qingming Festival, people go to visit the tombs of their ancestors of their clans, burn the paper, make gifts such as money, food, cars, and houses. And in this case, in this picture, perhaps you can see he's spending some paper-made gold here to his ancestors, so that people can hope that their ancestors could bless them with their agricultural production, as this festival is in the early spring. But nowadays, people may have different other wishes. Finally, I would like to talk about the Chongyang Festival. Chongyang means double positivity in the Chinese language, and 9 is the biggest number, so it is considered to be the most positive number. In other words, Chongyang Festival means double 9 festival, so as you may guess, it's on the 9th day in the 9th lunar month. So the meaning of the double positivity here indicates the utmost longevity for the elderly. On this day, people usually go to climb mountains with their elder relatives, as you can see in this picture, and go to a picnic, drinking chrysanthemum wine, because it's shown in this picture at the bottom, as this kind of wine can expel bad luck and disasters. The last part is about some elements of the traditional Chinese wedding ceremony, including the clothing and the gifts. The clothing for the wedding, as you can see in the picture, is red because red is the color for celebration and happiness. Some animals with good connotations are also used as decorations, such as dragon and phoenix. As you may know, this kind of clothing is called a dragon and phoenix gown in the Chinese language, and bats, 蝙蝠, because it has the same sound with the blessing, 祝福. Also, there are some floral decorations on this clothing as well. Besides, the bride used to wear a red covering veil on her head in the ancient time to show her obedience to her new family, but now it is less popular. Last but not the least, the gift for the wedding ceremony. Generally, a red packet with money inside, like it's shown here, it's a regular gift as a guest. The amount of money should be around or more than the price for the meal at the wedding, depending on the closeness of your relationship with the hosts. Also, you can send a daily necessity such as chopsticks and tea sets that is in pairs or in even numbers, which means the celebration for the combination of the couples. And so in return, the couples will send the guests a pack of candies, which means they are willing to share their sweetness and happiness with the guests. To conclude, today we have talked about some fundamental thoughts of Chinese culture, 3 traditional Chinese festivals, and 2 elements of Chinese traditional wedding. Well, that's all of my presentation. Thanks for coming.
Thank you very much, Yongkai, all the way from China. Your presentation was very interesting and fascinating. I love the way you have shown us the different festivals, the significance of the colors, and these would be really very interesting for the second part when we discuss about cultural taboos. And I'm sure there are cultural taboos during the ceremonies that you've shown us just now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I'm
so
waiting
from China, let's move to Bangladesh. Yeah, are you ready, Masruba?
Oh, well, yeah.
Okay. So the floor is all yours, Masruba.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. And before I start, I really hope you guys enjoyed the presentation. So first of all, I would like to say that Bangladesh is a country, to explain it geographically, it's next to India. So I hope that will give a little idea of where it is actually located. But in today's presentation, I wouldn't go deeper into its geographical location or its history. I would simply stick to its culture. So my presentation goes by the intangible cultural heritage of Bangladesh. And hopefully in this, you're going to see a glimpse of festivals that are celebrated here. Next, please. Our culture is mainly derived by, or you could say influenced by, three great religions: Islam, Hinduism, and Buddhism. In the three pictures, you can see there are two kids hugging each other. And in that image, it's a simple celebration of Eid. And the next picture, you can see a huge elaborated celebration of Hinduism. And that's their biggest event, known as Durga Puja. And lastly, but that's not the least of the religious events, that's Buddha Purnima, that is celebrated by the Buddhists. These three events are the major ones that are celebrated in respect to religion. Next, please. However, what I really believe is that Bangladeshi people are keen on incorporating traditions into their daily lives, and Bangladesh holidays reflect somewhat the unique customs and beautiful mix of culture, and how they can go beyond what their religion really restricts them to. So most of the indigenous traditions that center around agricultural practices have been well preserved throughout history. So what we have next for you is the festivals that unite all Bangladeshis regardless of race or religion. To begin with, it's the Bengali New Year, which is Pahela Boishakh. This is a celebration of the first day of our new year. According to the calendar that we all follow, it falls on 14th of April. To give a basic glimpse of what it is, Pahela Boishakh is a Bengali culture that has been followed for centuries. This is the first day of Bengali New Year, and of course, to us, it's a national holiday. Men and women are seen wearing red, and you can, to some respect, to a combination of red and white. Girls wear saris or kurtis, maybe somewhat what I'm wearing right now, but in the color of red and white. And men are seen wearing Punjabi. And throughout this day, you're going to see various things. And on the three images that we have for you is one is the image of food. That is, you're going to find a hilltop fish and plain rice. And you're going to find some mashed food right there. This is something that represents the riverine country that we are. And the next picture is we have a child having her face painted, which is written Shubho Noboborsho in Bangla. And it says, "Have a good New Year." This is a simple translation of that. And lastly is the image of the famous parade we have of at least 10,000 people. And that is known as the Shubho Jatra. And this is one of the beautiful things of our culture, that people, irrespective of any race and religion, they all come in together for this Mongol Shubho Jatra, which is also otherly known as a procession for well-being. And this is how our Pahela Boishakh or Bengali New Year is celebrated. Next one, please. Here we have Pahela Falgu. You're going to hear a lot of Pahela. Pahela means beginning. it ends up seeing that Bangladesh tends to celebrate every beginning of every other month, you could say so. Palo Falguni is basically the beginning of spring, and we have a beautiful spring festival where you can see everyone wearing yellow, and there's like a beautiful marigold flowers all around. It's usually, the day usually falls on the 13th of February. It is a beautiful reminder to the world that the spring has sprung. People wear yellow and white to celebrate. Some people buy flowers for their loved ones. You can see in the picture that beautiful ladies are wearing flower crowns to celebrate the beauty of flowers. And you can see that some girls and boys are also singing. And it's also a famous song that's sung. That's called Boshanto Eshe Geche. If you translate it, it says spring has arrived. And that's all for Pahela Falguni. Next slide, please. Here is Shakran, the kite flying festival. This is also, you could say that it's an annual festival that is done in the capital city of Bangladesh, Dhaka, but in the older town, you could say. So the place that this is being celebrated, it's called Dhaka's Old Town, or you could say Old Dhaka. It happens at the end of the Bengali month of Posh. It is called the Posh Shakranti. In simple words, it is a kite festival. It somewhat begins in the afternoon. And to mention it, one of the oldest festivals that is being celebrated in Bangladesh. You can see that everyone is flying the kites, and there's most likely a competition among the neighbors. And whoever wins, they tend to celebrate a small celebration. And by the end, there are fireworks to enhance the fun. And that's about it. All they dance to the music and end the night. Next slide, please. And now we have something to celebrate the riverine country, a country that has a lot of rivers, a lot of lakes. And we have Noka Bite. It's an annual event, of course, just like the others. It's called the Boat Racing Festival. Every Bangladeshi has grown up with a deep connection with rivers or lakes, because all around the country, you're going to see lakes right next to the other. And to most likely to embrace that, the people of our country, particularly in the rural side, they have came up with the boat racing concept. It is a thrilling experience where all the people come up and present their divisions. In other words, what we call here states. So they represent themselves. They have their own unique kind of boat. If you see in the pictures, one is orange, one is blue, and one is green. And that's how they compete to one another. And at the end of the day, one comes up a winner. Nothing big of a deal, whoever loses or whoever wins. It's just a celebration to enjoy the rivers that we have in our country. Next, please. It is another celebration for the farmers of our country. Bangladesh is a country that is mainly dominated, or you could say used to be dominated, mainly on agriculture. And to embrace the hard work of our farmers and the people who work really hard, this is you could say enjoyed. It's called Nabanna Utsav. In English, it's called Bengali Harvest Celebration. It is particularly done in the first month of Bengali winter, where you can see that young, beautiful ladies, or you could say beautiful aunties, are taking on the rice and graining them. And the beautiful young children are having something called moa. It's basically jaggery with rice popcorn. I don't really know the exact translation of it, but that's how it is. But it's very tasty, and I hope that you guys can come to our country one day and enjoy it. And by the end of it, we have the beautiful pita that we call the rice cakes, and it's winter, and the warm rice cakes are enjoyed thoroughly. Next slide, please. Now we have a small end to the beautiful festivals of Bangladesh. You can see small children embracing the national flag of our country. And the flag is of dark green and red. It came to establishment after the independence of our country in 1971, when a lot of young men and women has shed their blood. So the red represents the blood and the green represents the green land that we have. So in simple words, I would like to say, Bangladesh is a country of vibrant festivals celebrated all around the year. Each season represents a different aspect of nature. Despite changes in our country's social or economic structure, festivals remain constant. And I feel that's one of the major beauties of our country. Colorful festivals are deeply rooted in our society, which is based on our ancient rituals. The people of Bangladesh rejoice during these festivals, and I hope you have rejoiced my simple presentation. Thank you so much. That's all from me.
Thank you very much, Mashruba, for the very interesting presentation. And Bangladesh is indeed very unique with all its different customs, festivals, and I like the way you've presented your slides. You've shown us the festivals of the different seasons, and there's also kite flying as well, depending on the season. So that's very interesting, something different compared to the others. Okay, so that brings us to the next session of our cultural awareness program, which is the panel discussions among the four distinguished speakers that we have here today with us. Yeah, okay. So you have heard the different diversity that's been highlighted across the four cultures. And as you know, being culturally aware is important as it breaks down the cultural barrier and it helps us to appreciate people from different cultures even more. And being culturally aware, as I mentioned just now, is very important. So if we look at cultures in terms of boundaries, so this is the discussion that we're going to have today, which is cultural taboos, where we're looking at some of the boundaries in cultures and the different communities which should not be crossed, or people just don't want to talk about them. And this can be actions, it can be utterances, and I'm sure you are very familiar of these cultural taboos. So perhaps we could start with the first question. Any one of you could start if you're ready with your answer. And for the audience, members of the audience, please feel free to put your questions on the chat box. For our panelists here, you could address any one of them, or it could be a generic question. So please feel free to chat in the chat boxes here. So let's have the first question. What are some of the do's and don'ts of your culture? For example, one of your friends would want to visit you, when you're in Bangladesh or Korea or China or Mauritius, right? So what would you tell them? What are some of the do's and don'ts of your culture?
Okay, let me begin.
Okay.
So the first thing is, okay, you're going to be in the airport and you're going to land. So the first thing is you might have a lot of questions to come across. So when you address someone there, despite of their age, like call them by uncle or auntie or bhaiya or apu, because it's a hierarchical society that we are, and we tend to respect elders a lot. In other societies, it might come across that we call each other by their first names or their last names, but that's not a practice that is done in our country. So if you, which I hope that you might visit our country, then if you approach someone who you suppose is older than you, approach them with uncle or auntie, just you can maintain that boundary. So this is one do's, I would say, when you arrive to Bangladesh. Is there anything else? Okay, so apart from being a hierarchical society, this one thing is that it is a conservative country. Despite of having different religions, but as it's a Muslim majority country, there is you could say a don't when it comes to clothing. it's expected to be in decent attires, meaning it's not meaning that other attires are indecent. It is that the people of Bangladesh are not used to of seeing Western clothing as commonly as the other countries may be. You might not have any trouble, hopefully, in the capital city, but if you visit in any other city, you might encounter that as a problem. So a thumbs up to you guys, and a heads up, you could say that if you arrive to my country, you could not wear something that is westernized. So yeah, that's the do's and don'ts. That's all for me.
Okay, Mashruba, what about Shoyun? Any do's and don'ts for friends who are visiting you in Korea?
Yeah, sure. I think it's a bit similar to Bangladesh, maybe. So in Korea, as I mentioned, Confucianism is like very strong. So you should be really polite to the elders. I feel like my place like China will be similar. So like you should not sit together with the elders. You should wait until the elders sit first. When you're eating also, you should wait. The elders will have the first like scoop of the rice first. And like when you're drinking the water also, you should not face them and then drink it. You should always like turn the head a bit and then drink it. So there's like system you should follow to be not look like rude a bit. Yeah.
Okay. What about China? Yongkai?
Yes, I think we have some similarities with that in Bangladesh. Like, for example, when you address someone, right? You address someone that's elder than you. You just don't say hello. That's too unfamiliar, right? You should say, "Oh, uncle," or auntie if someone is elder than you. But auntie now it's quite a little bit offensive, huh? Because yeah, they just don't want to be considered as that, aged. So yeah, it's better to her, oh, okay, sister, yeah, and yeah, that's something similar. Also, I want to add something that is almost taboo. The topic is about the death. You should never talk about death in the Chinese culture. It's considered to be a very extreme taboo here. For example, we even avoid the use of number 4 because it has the same sound with the word death. And if you go to some complex, you go to some buildings, some of the lifts, you can see they just skip the 4th floor, the 3rd floor, and then the next is the 5th floor because they don't want to bring bad lucks to that facility. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I think Dr. Shino, we have discussed that before. In England, maybe a rose by any other name might maybe fragrance, but in China, some names it's not fragrant and you can't even mention it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So it's similar in Malaysia as well, where among the Chinese community and the number 4.
Yeah, but on the other hand, there are some good numbers as well. For example, like 8, because it has the same sound with getting rich or something. So yeah, it's good to send a red packet with like 80, say 80 ringgit, 80 RMB, 800. That's a good number. Yeah. On the other hand.
Okay. What about Shifa in Mauritius? Do you have any do's and don'ts for your friends who would want to visit you there in Mauritius?
Yeah, so the first one is just greetings, like, and obviously not in public places, but since Mauritius is like very small and like very neighborhoodly, so like when you live in an area, you basically somehow are related to it. The people surrounding you, and like you know each other, you would see each other. So even though if it's a stranger, greeting is like one of the things that is like important in Mauritius. So like you just nod or just say hello, or like how are you, just randomly, just how are you. If you don't do that, like people will talk behind you and like, oh my God, he was so rude and stuff like that. So yeah, so saying hello to like a random stranger or just people who you know around not really well, it's very like it's something looked at in Mauritius. That's one thing that people should know. Obviously not in public places, like not in the malls and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and I guess because Mauritius, there's one more thing. In Mauritius is not a very loud country. I don't know how to say this, like during festivals and everything, people do it because it's such a diverse country. Like I said in my presentation, there's like Chinese and there's like Indians and there's the African. So like all celebrations are celebrated throughout the year, but then people do it quietly as not to disturb other cultures or during their time and everything. So like that's one thing that people should be aware of. Like when you come, when you celebrate your culture, you set up your festival, you do it alone. Not alone, I mean like you do it quietly as not to disturb. Like, yeah, that's not to disturb anyone else and like make like noises and disruptions or in the roads and everything. That's not done here.
That's different from some cultures are noisy in that sense, isn't it? A lot of music and
Yeah, you know,
drums.
like since Indians are like the majority in Mauritius, like I'm not really sure, but like usually Indians have like song celebrations and everything right during the festival. So like yeah, they don't it's not really done really loud. So like they do it in the temple and not like bring it out in the streets and disrupting everyone else. So yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We have a question here. I mean, yeah, keep your questions coming. Yeah, members in the audience, keep your questions coming. Well, Sifa, you have kind of answered this question, so perhaps the rest could answer this. Is it all right to greet a stranger in your country, just like what Mr. Emre had mentioned earlier in the cultural talk we had just now? Remember, mentioned about being socially distanced depending on the culture the individual come from. So yeah, what do you think? And is this a fact in your country? Is it all right to greet a stranger in your country?
I think in Korea you're better not because it might make people feel a bit scared maybe because you don't know the person and they suddenly come on approach and then they will think, oh, what do you want from me? Yeah.
So I can't just go and say, oh, hi, I'm from Malaysia or something like that.
Yeah,
what if I lose my way and I want directions?
If you want the direction, it might be okay.
Yeah.
But like in certain situation, it will be okay. But like you just go and like random stranger and they say, oh, hi, like can I say hi? Like I don't recommend that to you guys.
What would people's reaction be then if that happens?
Oh, they'll just look at you like, yeah. What do you want?
So it would come as a culture shock for them.
Yeah.
What about in Bangladesh?
Very similar to what you said. I wouldn't suggest anyone to go because it's not commonly practiced, you know, and probably if someone did approach, they'll just get like stares at and like probably they'll leave. But if you have a question like, you know, hey, can I have the directions or like any question, that's fine. But like, you know, just how in other cultures, like suppose something that I have encountered when I have visited United States was I was walking and just people were like, oh, hey, oh, hi, like good morning. And for me, even like the first day was very difficult to digest because I wasn't used to all that culture. So yeah, so maybe it's okay in other countries, but back home, I don't think that's commonly practiced. So refrain, guys, refrain.
What about in China, Young Kai?
I think it's a similar case with that in South Korea, where people's first instincts as a stranger, if you greet them, they will say, what do you want from me, right? A very practical thought. But I mean, you should make a good excuse to say, hey, excuse me, I'm a foreigner here. I don't know, for example, to go to the bank, the supermarket, and then they will be very friendly, but at least make an excuse to chat up with people. Yeah.
What about in Malaysia, your encounters here in Malaysia? Have you had any encounters where people just greeted you like that in public spaces, like what you found in the US?
No, not really. It's in Malaysia. The one thing that I've seen is like before we used to wear masks, so it's just people used to smile. You know, you walk and you smile. Like this is something that I've encountered, but I've never seen like anyone just coming up to me and be like, "Oh, hi, how are you?" Like nothing like that. Just a smile. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you're walking down the mall or something, then you just see people smile. That's it. That's all.
Okay. All right. What about I'm bringing you back to your childhood. So if you could remember growing up in your community, your society, or just within your family, for example, were there any do's and don'ts in terms of what you couldn't say or what you couldn't do, you know, in the community? Yeah, perhaps it's something where your grandparents would kind of freak out if you were to, say certain things or do certain things. Yeah. So growing up, what kind of cultural taboos did you encounter? Maybe Shifa, would you like to tell us?
Yeah, sure. Because it like relates from the thing that I said before. Like, so Mauritius is like by 6 p.m. like closes. Everyone like goes retreats to their home. They like closes the shop. All the how to say schools are
Can't hear
done and
Shifa.
everything. Except the malls, of course. So when I grew up, I when I so like I said like loud noises are not appreciated in Mauritius. And also during the festival of fireworks, like when there is fireworks, it used to be banned, but now I guess people wanted to celebrate more. So there's like specific hours during the night where people are allowed to just light up the fireworks and have let them celebrate. That's it. But besides that, they cannot. So when I grew up, um I was wearing I was wearing like a skirt and everything, you know, little me. I had a cockroach on my we just came out from the bazaar. We did, you know, a little vegetable shopping, and I had a little cockroach on that followed me home, and I didn't notice throughout the whole thing. And my cousin pointed it out. It's just he says like, look, there's a cockroach there. And like, you know, insects, everyone's scared of them. So like I screamed so loud, like it was like little me was like going crazy about it. And so yeah, so like neighbors started to come in, and I was like really like, it was like I was really ashamed. So yeah, screaming hysterically, or like just being loud in your house or anything, because it's
Right.
very not appreciated. So yeah, that's one story that will always stay with me. Neighbors started coming in. I was like, oh my god, what's wrong? Because you know, like screaming usually
Yeah.
associates
People are
with,
very polite there in Mauritius.
yeah, screaming usually associates with like dangerous things, like you know.
Yeah,
But it was just it was just like, yeah. And even like for other festivals, like maybe like during we have a music festival every
Huh?
year. One of them is upcoming, maybe during Christmas time, and it's not usually loud. It's like not how you would imagine a festival is. It's just very calm festival, like everyone's just chilling and enjoying. It's not like, yeah, let's go. Yeah, it's just like more, it's just no screaming. That's it. Yeah.
Um, Incidentally, talking about Mauritius, there is a question in the chat box
Ah,
for you, Shifa.
all right.
In multicultural country like Mauritius, do the people have strong racial sentiments? And do the minorities face discrimination by the majorities? I think this would also apply to other multicultural countries, Bangladesh as well. Yeah, perhaps we can hear from you, Shifa.
Right. That's a very, very good, interesting question. But the thing about Mauritius is religion itself is a taboo. It's not it's like you don't discuss it with people, you don't talk it with people, like because you can't because like um so many years have been passed, so like people mix and mingle, so you can't distinguish who is like actually Indian, who's like actually like African or Chinese. These people have been mixed for years and years, and we just like all become like this one like Creole. We call ourselves Creoles. So one Creole. So like, yeah, not really like maybe towards certain people if they face like discrimination, but in like general, like no talk, maybe it's not talked about, or but I've never encountered, I've never heard about my family or from my cousins or from my friends about discrimination, religion discrimination, or it's like Islamophobia or anything. Like I said, when people do celebrate their celebrations, they do it quietly as not to disturb other people. So it's very, very, since it's a multi-diverse country, it's very respected. Like everyone, like, you know, when it's Deepavali or Thaipusam during the Indians, it's respected. Like, okay, you have your celebration. When it's the Muslim celebration, the Eid celebration, like everyone respects the other religion. So so far, I haven't heard any major discrimination, but maybe, you know, towards an individual, obviously, you know, it happens in life.
Okay, what about in Bangladesh? It's also multicultural in that sense.
It is multicultural, right? So, but I wouldn't exactly say Bangladesh is a multicultural country. It's a country with a lot of different religion. So, as we all know, religion and culture are two different things. And in Bangladesh, majority of people refer themselves as Bengali. Of course, there are other cultures as well. But as there is a strong, as there is like a majority of the population are Bengalis, there isn't much strong racial discrimination that has been seen or that has been observed. And we're pretty much open to minorities as well because they're also Bangladeshis. So there isn't much racial discrimination or that people face. It's because there's one majority, right? But however, of course, there are some flaws in a country, but as it's a multi-religious country, of course, there are some religious sentiments that make people do certain things. Like there are extremists in every religion, right? So probably because of that, you might see discriminations in the news, but it's not something that is seen on a regular basis. But of course, like there are one or two. That's all.
Okay, thank you. We'll come back to the earlier question on, you know, growing up and whether you've had any any stories you'd like to share on the do's and don'ts, or any cultural taboos that you can recall growing up as a child in the Korean society, whether within your family or within the community. You know, there are certain things that you're not allowed to do, or you know, after, yeah. As a child growing up.
Yeah, when I was young, because in Korea, I think it's kind of superstition. So when in Korea, we're not allowed to write our names in red pen. So I remember when I was young, I don't have any pen. So like I was writing my name on the notebook with red pen, and then my friends was like super surprised and telling me that like, you will die in 3 days, you know. Yeah, and then I was like, what do you mean? And then my friends were keep telling me like you should not write your names in red pen, and I ask her like why, and then she even don't know why, but like we have that kind of belief that we should not write our names in red color. So even during this day, you should not write the other's name or your own names in red color. It like makes people feel that you want them to die, or like they will die soon, you know. Yeah. Yeah.
Any other examples?
Other example, other thing is also a kind of superstition, I guess, like the shaking leg. I'm sure this one we have in other countries also. Yeah, like when you shake your legs, then like the leg will go through, like somehow it will disappear. So my grandma will tell me don't shake your leg, but this one is like automatically doing. I cannot control myself, you know. Like my grandma always like hit me like, oh stop. Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of the society today? How do you think the society has evolved in having this perception about cultural taboo? Do you think it's still as strong as it was before in the past, growing up in your community, or do you think it has watered down, mellowed down? Yeah, what is your personal take on that?
Yeah. To understand your question, like you're asking whether how from the past times the cultural taboos has been, like, you could say, pretty much solved or like went underwater, right? I feel like, of course, it has toned down to a lot. It's because people have more exposure now. Because of technology, they see other cultures, they see how the world works, and every culture learns from one another, I suppose, and they tend to fix the taboos that they have. So I feel like, of course, because of exposure, these things are really going under the water. But some things that are superstition, I don't think they won't go because it runs down. Like, for example, the thing with the red pen.
Yeah.
These superstition, I feel like these things will just go down the society for generations. But however, cultural taboos that might harm people or that might cause hindrance in the growth of individuals, those things aren't going underwater. But apart from that, I feel like, yeah, certain superstition will go down generations.
Yeah.
How is the situation there, Yongkai, in your community?
I think it's about the frequency that they care, that they pay attention to these taboos. Because as Mashruba just said, I believe, yeah, on one hand, it's on the development of technology. On the other hand, it's because of the development of the society, that people don't have that much time to pay too much attention to the details of those traditional practices. But I think at some big points of their life, they will still consult their elder relatives for their suggestions. Something, yeah, I think so. Just the frequency gets low, but it doesn't disappear.
Is it similar in Mauritius, Shifa, among your community?
About the taboos that we have, like, well, the percentage.
How has it changed in the past as compared to what it is now?
I think now it's becoming
in
more
the society.
Now it's becoming very more westernized. I mean, like, not modern, like, not modernized, but like westernized, because like I said, the Franco-Mauritian people, the French, the Europeans, the 2% was back in 2011, and I guess nowadays, like, you would see more people coming in and like residing in Mauritius. So like eventually, like, parts of like Mauritius, you would see like it becoming westernized, like people, yeah. So like the Western culture itself starts like to come in, and you can really see that. So definitely, like, taboos, and then the people, it's like the people, the Creoles, the Mauritian who've stayed that before, eventually like mingle around, and like become westernized too, I guess, because it's more like a freedom thing, like free will of like doing what you want. So I guess yeah, definitely it has drastically changed.
Okay, let's hear from you. Yeah, Sean, about this situation.
Yeah, I think it's slowly disappearing because
So it's kind of similar with
yeah, because I don't think like we are like that believing like superstition like anymore. Like people start to know that actually it's a thing that we should not believe, right? Yeah, so I think I have a similar opinion. Yeah.
Okay, so we have one question here from Mr. Camaro. Okay, from Mr. Camaro, this is about Korea. So, so Hyun, this is for you to answer. Is K-pop also a thing in Korea as it is in Malaysia? You know, the K-pop craze in Malaysia is very high. here in Malaysia, and I suppose in many other countries, people are crazy about K-pop music and groups that it becomes very trendy.
Yeah, I think it will be like similar to Malaysia, like us, like in Malaysia also same, right? There's like people who like K-pop and there's like people who really don't care. So I think Korea is same. There's people who really like K-pop, like they're like crazy about it, and there are still people who really don't care. They say, "Oh, I'm sick of listening to K-pop." Yeah. So I think it's kind of like that. I think it's similar to Malaysia.
What about you? Where do you stand? Are you K-pop crazy or not?
I'm kind of standing in the middle, yeah, because I do listen to K-pop, but I'm not so fan of it. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear from the other countries. It'll be interesting about the influence of K-pop in the other countries, not only Malaysia, I suppose, but what about in the other countries here, Bangladesh, China, and Mauritius?
K-pop is not a thing here. I guess it's not like widely known. Yeah, it's not heard or like not a thing here. What about China?
Not that much than before, I would say, because in recent years they have cultivated some kind of like domestic stars here in China. So I think that's more, that's more to the Chinese youth's appetite, I would say. So it's not that much than before.
Honestly, very similar
In
to
Bangladesh?
Shifa is that it's not well known to a lot of people. You'll find like very, very, very few people. It's not like K-pop. It's just that it's not exposed to them. That's why they're not aware the kind of music that K-pop is. That's why the craze is not anywhere near Malaysia or Korea.
Okay. All right. So coming back to our cultural taboo questions. Okay. From your presentations just now, we saw the different festivals, ceremonies that were highlighted in your slides and also video presentation. So perhaps you could talk about some of the cultural taboos that that are still kind of practiced in the community in terms of ceremonies. For example, let's do weddings first. Let's do weddings and then we move on to the next ceremony. Yeah, so are there any kinds of cultural taboos which you would like to talk about? I know you highlighted some of them just now in your presentation. So yeah, perhaps you would like to add on to that, yeah, in terms of cultural taboos that still exist in wedding ceremonies.
Yes. For wedding ceremonies, I said for one thing, red is for celebration, it's for happiness, but there are some other colors that you should avoid, either as a guest or as a host. For example, the black color, you should never wear the black clothing to a wedding ceremony because black is supposed to be for the funeral. And I think, yeah, and green color because that's too eye-catching at such a solemn situation. Yeah, so just pay attention to the colors when you attend to some kind of activities. Yeah.
What about Shifa?
I guess since it's very multicultural, everyone has their own like own way of doing it. But I know like Mauritian wedding, I think it's similarly to like the Bangladesh, India, and everyone. It's like very worshipped, like it's a very big thing. So like people dress very fancy there, I guess. Yeah, just I don't know about the taboos in weddings. I guess similar, just don't wear white because it's usually what the bride is. I think that's like general. Yeah, besides that, not really a lot of things.
Okay, what about in Korea?
Yeah, in Korea also actually I think it's quite similar. The bride should like except the bride, we should not wear the bright color clothes, like such as like white clothes, like white, beige, something also cannot. When you're handing the gift to the couple, so you should not give them like scissor, knife, like glass, mirror, because it can be easily broken up.
Okay,
So like
wedding gifts also. You
yeah,
have to
yeah,
consider that.
yeah. So like it might, they say like it might make a couple get broke up. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think that's all.
Like while everyone was saying that how the wedding dresses is worn white, but in our culture it's usually red. So like come from the subcontinent in India and Bangladesh, or even you could say Pakistan, the weddings is like a matter of celebration where everything's like super blingy, super colorful. So yeah, the bride is most likely seen in red, but there isn't any such thing that the other people can't wear a certain color. Because the bride is so blingy that it's pretty evident that that individual is the bride. But however, the taboo is one interesting is that you're not supposed to give white flowers to anyone. Because
You're not supposed to give white flowers.
yeah, you're not supposed to
Not
give white
supposed to.
flowers. It's because when people pass away, people wear white clothing. It's not black clothing. People wear white clothing. So they tend to represent gloominess to some aspect. So that is why never give white flowers in wedding. So yeah, that's one thing in respect to wedding.
Okay. What about okay, from weddings we go to the context of funerals, yeah? So what about in the context of funeral, any kinds of cultural taboos that are associated with funerals?
Can I go first? So
Yeah, Shifa, you'd like to start, Shifa?
yeah. So females actually of all like types, all types of
It's
all
fine.
religion are not allowed to go to cemeteries, allowed to attend a funeral where you gather and like talk, but like cemeteries to visit the deceased person, yeah. And also during during the throughout like I think a whole month, woman should like cover the woman of the family should like have like a scarf, not a scarf, like not really covered, just like a just a scarf like wrapped around their head in respects, and so like people know that their family has how to say like it's like uh so that people know that their family, like there's someone going out, so people would like leave them alone for the females usually. And I guess that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. What about, thank you. What about, yeah, any one of you?
Very similar to Shifa. Women are not allowed to go to cemeteries, or like suppose what happens is the dead body is taken from the house and taken to the graveyard, and it's not wise for women. They say that the spirits would catch them or something like that. Like you're not supposed to keep your hair open during funerals because the spirits might like the smell of your hair and hot body. These are like some of the cultural taboos. So very similar to Shifa, that women are not allowed in cemeteries and they're not allowed to be part of you could say the graveyard. So yeah, that's in regards to the funeral.
Soyeon?
Yeah. So actually in Korea, we should not wear like bright color in the funeral. Like either like you wear the black clothes, and for the woman, you might can wear the white hanbok for the funeral, but like you should not wear other color like green, red, like pink. Can like you better not. It will make you like look a bit rude. And like you should not ask the person why this person is that at that point in the funeral. You should not mention it. Yeah, I think for now that's all.
Okay. And what about Yongkai in your community?
Same thing. You should the best choice is to wear black or white clothing for a funeral. And another thing I want to add on is that if someone just suffer from the grief of his relatives passing away, he should not visit others' home. He should not visit his friend's home, for example, for a certain period of time. It varies in each parts of in this country, but basically it has a starting point of 100 days to 1 year that you should not visiting others' places. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so you see kind of similarities as well among the cultures. Okay, so this brings me to my last question. Now, I know you have been in Malaysia for a couple of years. Mashruba for 3 years?
Yeah.
Mashruba 3 years. And Soyen? Soyen, how long have you been in Malaysia?
I think almost 3 years.
3 years.
So.
3 years as well. And Shifa and Yongkai, have you traveled here already?
Yes. Actually,
have?
I've been to KL for 3 times. I like the city,
Okay.
so that's why I decided to study there.
Right.
Yeah.
And Shifa?
I've been here longer because I did my high school, my secondary school here. So yeah, around 7 years.
Oh, wow. 7 years in Malaysia.
Oh, wow.
Okay, so that's good. So that brings me to my last question. Now, you've been here in this country. So in terms of the do's and don'ts in the Malaysian society, so what came as a culture shock to you? Because I'm relating now to the first speaker that we had just now. He spoke on culture shock. So what came as a culture shock to you, which you didn't expect, you know, in terms of maybe utterances or actions in Malaysian society as compared to the society you come from? So this is an open question. Any one of you is invited to give your comments or any stories, anecdotes you'd like to share with us here in the studio and members outside in the virtual platform. Yeah.
How about Shifa answer that she's been here for
Yeah,
like
okay,
7 years?
Shifa, you've been here the longest, 7 years in Malaysia.
I guess I don't know because like Malaysia is more of an Islamic country, you know, so like male and female don't usually really like very closely associate with each other, you know, unless it's like work things and, you know, formal purposes. But I don't know, it was just like very shocking for me when I came back here, you know. I was like you know, approaching the opposite gender and like here people are very like, how to say, they're very respectful to women. It's not a bad thing. I mean, like they're very like, oh, like not there's no how to say, it's very like, yeah, just like very respectful and just like you know, they give the woman the space and the thing and everything. Yeah, in Mauritius it's not like that, even though it's an even though like I was born into an Islamic, you know, culture over there, because it's mixed, very very mixed, so there's a lot of like interaction between anyone, even towards our uncles and you know, not grandfather, uncles and like cousins and everything. So yeah, it's different here in Malaysia. And also how like I don't know if it's a thing, but this is something that I've noticed, that like Chinese usually associate with Chinese and Indians with Indians and Malays with Malays. I think it's a common thing here. I get it. Like people are more comfortable speaking their own language with their, you know, with people, you know, with the same culture and same everything. But in Mauritius, because we have the Indians and the Chinese and like the Creoles, but then we're like so mixed because like we like we're like, you know, everyone's because it's like a diverse I mean Malaysia is a diverse country, but I don't know, in Mauritius it's more like we just mingle with everyone. It's just there's no separation, segregation, or anything. It's just very like, there's no like, oh, there's like Chinese, only Chinese. No, it's very how to say, together.
Integrated, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What about
Also something very similar as well, because
Okay.
I remember when I just came in and we had this interaction week, and we were in a group where like different cultures were there, and I was like, oh, high five, and then the guy opposite me was like, my hand was like this, and he wouldn't give me a high five. I was so offended. So later on, I realized, like, it's a cultural
Yeah.
thing.
Okay.
And yeah, like something very similar. And the segregation, like even in group assignments, you would see, like, if they're asked to choose like groups, they would just choose those people, and us internationals were like, which group to go? Yeah, that's it. That's about nothing major. Just all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. This brings us to the end of the session. Time's up. It was a very interesting session, and a lot of cultural exchanges between the four of you. Thank you so much for your time and for being here with us. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of our session. I'd like to thank you all for being here, and for those who had joined us with the questions in the chat box, thank you very much. And to all of you out there, thank you and have a good day all the way from University Malaya, Malaysia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shina, and all our four panels in this workshop. I'm sure that everyone here has gained many remarkable insights from the topic cultural taboo from different regions in the world. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of this session. Dear participants, don't forget to fill up the survey form in the chat box, and note to that this survey form also be used to mark your attendance. Don't forget to fill out, okay? And ladies and gentlemen, the fun doesn't end here. Please come to join us again for tomorrow's workshop called Chinese dumpling cooking, and get your groceries prepared, okay? And our next exciting session, which is the Malay language, will begin shortly. Please stay tuned, guys. And that's all from me, Emma, your MC, your panels, and moderator. See you again.
Bye.
Bye.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Regardless of which region and time zone you are in, welcome to our Fun Language Hour. In this class, we will be learning about the Malay language. Selamat sejahtera, nama saya Leah. In case you are wondering what I was saying just now, I was introducing myself in Malay. My name is Leah, and I will be your MC for today. I'm also one of the Global Buddies. I would like to warmly welcome each and every one of you for attending our class today. There are a few housekeeping rules that I would like you to keep in mind. Please mute your microphone to avoid any disturbance. However, you may unmute yourself when the speaker allows it, or when you would like to answer the questions asked by the speaker. Do open your cameras to increase the fun in our class. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for today's class, our teacher will be Dr. Mardian Shah Omar. Dr. Mardian is one of the senior lecturers from the Academy of Malay Studies, and of course, very well versed in Malay language. He has been an editor of the National Linguistic Journal and also for the National Malay Studies Journal. He has been on the board of committee for the Persatuan Linguistik Malaysia or Malaysian Linguistics Association since 2012. By the end of this class, I hope that you can come here for a visit and speak like a Malaysian. Without much ado, I would like to welcome Dr. Mardian to begin his class. Dr. Mardian, you are muted.
Yes. Okay. Well, selamat petang. Apa kabar? How are you there? All the students in this program. So I hope all of you are well and good conditions. Okay. All right. So let's begin our class today because we only have limited time for this afternoon. So we're gonna have like speak their language in we focus on Bahasa Melayu. So Bahasa Melayu. When we talk about Bahasa Melayu, what we need to know the beginning before we start the class. So let's see this. Okay. Okay. Next slide. Okay. Right. So, do you think Malay has tenses? Malay language has tenses? What do you think? The answer is no. Malay is not like English. We do have tenses. No, we don't have tenses at all. So we don't have like a present tense, a past continuous tense, or so on. Yeah. And do you think Malay has a gender in the language? No, again. So we don't have gender in Malay. So like we have in English, we have her or his, or we say her to certain animals. Let's say we say his to a sheep, for example. So that's not happen in Malay. All right, so that's actually it's easy to understand Malay, yeah, to learn Malay. And then Malay also not a tonal language. For example, like a Mandarin, we have a tonal language. For example, we have ma, and we prolong a little bit, we have ma, and then it has like 3 or 4 different tonal that consists of different meaning. So that's why that's another thing that's very easy to learn Malay. I'll show you later on. So hold on, yeah. So the last one, do you think Malay is using Roman alphabets? Yes, again. So it's a very easy to understand or to pronounce the letters. Yeah, the alphabet in Malay. For example, we say sa. Yeah, it's according to the sounds, according to the letters that pronounced from the letters we have in the words. Okay, so it's a Roman, so it's like it's in English, so it's easy to pronounce it. So Malay, again, is not a tenses language, it's not a gender, it's not a tonal, and it is using Roman alphabet. So it's easy to learn Malay. Right, stay tuned. We move to the next slide. Okay, let's start the class. Okay, we're gonna have the class now. So are you ready? Okay, before we go, okay, so my name is Dr. Mardian. I'm from the Academy of Malay Studies, University of Malaya. Okay, actually, in terms of teaching Malay for foreigner, I do have a various and very vast experiences. I was in the UK before. I taught some British people for Malay, yeah, in New York, back in New York University. And I was in Wisconsin University. I've observed the program called CRC program, which is a summer institute, which is they learned all Southeast Asia countries languages for during the summer. And of course, and I taught Malay in the different universities in Malaysia. I hope today's class will benefit you and you will understand at least you can count, you can say, you can introduce yourself. And if you come to University of Malaya next time, then you can introduce yourself in Malay for sure. So let's begin. So I would like to ask you, okay? So from which country are you guys here in this class? Let me know. You can on your mic and let me know where you're from. Any students from Korea, from China, from Japan? If you tell me, then I know what's your I mean difficulties in the pronounce the words or pronounce the vowel sound, for example, because I certain mother tongue it helps to understand how to pronounce Malay well, but some they would not help you a lot, but there is a way to improve you to pronounce or to say things in Malay. Okay, all right, if you don't want to say things, let's say I move. Okay, so let's say, but it's a good if you want to ask me, just ask me during the class. Don't wait until at the end, because until at the end when I full stop I finish. So now if you have question, let's ask me. Okay, I'm here for you. All right, so let's begin. Okay, so what's the color? What's the different the color? The color means there's a 2 syllable there. Okay, like na, ma, sa, ya. So the red one is different syllable, and then the other one is different syllable. So like for the word nama, it consists of 2 syllables. Okay, all right. Sa, ya also consists 2 syllables. Okay, so in terms of to say your name, okay, you have to say nama saya. Again, you may repeat nama saya. Nama saya. All right, so then you say your name. Nama saya Mardian. Okay, nama saya Mardian. Okay, make it slow. Nama saya Mardian. Okay, the second sentence, you need to introduce yourself and saying where you come from. Okay, so there's a word there. Saya. Saya means I. Okay, I, my. Okay, nama saya. So nama is a name. Saya is my name. Okay. All right. So you can see the translation down there. Okay. And the second one, saya, saya. And the next word we have consists 3 syllable. Okay. So you can see that berasal. See my mouth, I show you berasal. You have to open your mouth to make sure the vowel sound is correct. Okay, the projection is correct. Nama saya, and then the second one saya. Yeah, you spread your lips. Okay, saya berasal dari. Dari means from. Berasal means originally from. Okay, saya again berasal dari, and then say your country. Okay, saya berasal dari Malaysia. Okay, I'll repeat both. Okay, nama saya Mardian. Saya berasal dari Malaysia. Okay. Anyone who like to try to introduce yourself by saying in Malay? Anyone? My brave student? Do I have brave student here to introduce in Malay?
Oh, sorry, just enter this room. Do you mind just repeating once?
Say again.
Apologize, I just entered this Zoom meeting and I missed the ones you teach us about the pronunciation. Do you mind just repeating again on the nama saya?
All right. Nama saya. With the R at the back, the A sounds is like a sound. Okay, it's like we say like a schwa sound. Nama saya, right? And then say your name. Okay, and then the second one, saya berasal dari, and then your country. Right? Let me repeat. Nama saya Mardian. Saya berasal dari Malaysia. Okay, Chester, try.
Nama saya Chester. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. You're right. Carry
okay,
on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Saya berasal
Okay,
dari
make it sound three syllable. Saya
saya
berasal.
bera-
Berasal.
berasal
Next, dari.
China.
Okay, again, one more time, Chester. Come on, one more time.
Saya berasal dari
Berasal. Three syllable word.
berasal.
Berasal. Yes.
Saya berasal dari China.
Very good. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Terima kasih. Okay. All right. I'll tell you. I'll let you know later on. Okay. Next. Who wants to try? Come on.
Me.
Yes, please. Who is that me? Tell me.
Nama saya Cedric. Saya berasal dari Taiwan.
Very good, Frederick. Okay, good. Okay. Next, give me more. Anyone?
Hello, sir. Can I try?
Yes, sure. Sure you
Okay,
can.
so nama saya Tasneem. Saya berasal dari Bangladesh.
Wow, that's great. That's great. That's a good sounds from you. Okay, next. Okay, we do have China, we do have Bangladesh, and who else would like to try?
Me.
Yes, please.
Nama saya Gaia. Saya berasal dari Italia.
Where from?
Italia.
All right. Because your Malay sounds good. So I didn't catch. I thought it's just like it's from Indonesia.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. Okay. Anyone else? Let me have another one. Okay.
Me.
Yes.
Nama saya John. Saya berasal dari Hong Kong.
Wow, that's great.
Thank you.
From Hong Kong. Sama-sama. Okay, let's move. Okay, we have here nama saya, for example, nama saya Hiroshi. Okay, Hiroki, nama saya Hiroki. Saya berasal dari Jepun. So that's what you introduced me just now. Okay, let's move. Okay, now we choose the greetings. Okay, I'll introduce you the greetings in Malay. Okay, so I want you to read after me. I will read it, okay, for you, and then you try read after me in your heart. Okay, all right. So let's begin. I make it slowly, and you can follow, so that you can follow. Okay, selamat pagi. So that three syllable word for the first word, yeah. So selamat. Next word is pagi. Selamat pagi. All right. The second one. Selamat tengah. It's two syllable. Tengah hari. Tengah hari. The third one. Selamat petang. Selamat petang. This is what you can use now at this time, yeah? This is all the Malay greetings. Okay, we move the fourth one. Selamat malam. Selamat malam. Next, selamat jalan. Selamat jalan. We move. Next is selamat tinggal. Selamat tinggal. And last one is selamat datang. Open your mouth to make sure you have NG sound at the end. So you open your mouth. Selamat datang. Datang. Okay. So you just say tongue. You know tongue? Your tongue? So that's the sound. Okay. Selamat datang. Okay. I'll repeat. And then you follow, then I'll let you know what's the meaning. Okay, so you can say inside here, okay, selamat pagi. I repeat, selamat pagi. Selamat tengah hari. Selamat tengah hari. Selamat petang. Selamat petang. Selamat malam. Selamat malam. Selamat jalan. Selamat jalan. Selamat tinggal. Selamat tinggal. Selamat datang. Selamat datang. All right, so good. Okay, selamat pagi is for the morning time. It's a morning time from 12 in the morning, early in the morning, until 11:59. Until 11:59 in the morning. Okay, you can use selamat pagi. Okay, then come to 12. Okay, 12 noon, you have selamat tengah hari. Selamat, the second one, selamat tengah hari is like for noon, like 12 noon. Okay, during lunch hour, for example, yes, you can use selamat tengah hari. So this selamat tengah hari is until 12:59. Okay, 12:59. Because at 1 o'clock we use petang already. We use petang already. Okay, so selamat petang starting from 1 o'clock until 6:59. 6:59. So because 7 next is selamat malam. If it's 7 p.m. is selamat malam. So as I said just now, selamat petang starting from 1 p.m. until 6:59. All right. Okay. So this 4 is dealing with the time. Okay, dealing with the time. Okay, selamat pagi, selamat tengah hari. Pagi is the morning, tengah hari is like noon, and selamat petang is in the afternoon or evening, and selamat malam is at night. Okay, 7 and 7 and above. Okay, all right, 7 onwards we can say selamat malam. Okay, so the important things when you use Malay greetings is how to reply people when people greet you with these greetings. Okay, let's say let me greet you, selamat pagi Chester. Selamat pagi Chester. So how are you gonna answer that? So it's easy in Malay for these 4, yeah, because dealing with the time, when someone greet you with this, you greet the same thing. All right, you greet the same thing. Let's say I greet again, Chester, selamat pagi Chester. So you have to greet me again, reply me, selamat pagi Dr. Mardian. Okay, that's the same thing. Okay, next I say selamat tengah hari. Selamat tengah hari. Derek or Patrick just now. Okay, so selamat tengah hari. So you use the same thing to reply me. Okay, selamat tengah hari Dr. Mardian. And the same thing, selamat petang, and you answer selamat petang. And selamat malam, you say selamat malam. Got it? It's easy, right? Okay, so we move. We move. The next one is selamat jalan and selamat tinggal. It's come together. Yeah, it's selamat jalan and selamat tinggal. Both for goodbye. Both for goodbye. What is the difference between selamat jalan and selamat tinggal? Okay, selamat jalan. Let's say that's the one I greet to someone who wants to go. Yeah, he going to depart somewhere. I say selamat jalan. Okay, because jalan literally means walk away. You walk away. So selamat jalan, I greet to someone who walk away or going to somewhere. Okay, and then the person who wants to go somewhere, he will say goodbye to me, which is I'm not going anywhere. I stay. Okay, so they say he or she might say to me, selamat tinggal. Tinggal means stay. Okay, tinggal means stay. So selamat tinggal. All right. So let's say I want to go somewhere. I want to go somewhere. So I greet to Chester. Chester, stay at home. Okay, selamat tinggal Chester. It means goodbye Chester. Selamat tinggal. Because Chester is not going anywhere. But if I'm not say anything, but Chester want to say first, because Chester is not going anywhere, so Chester will say to me, will greet me, selamat jalan, because I'm going away. All right, got it? Easy, right? Good. Okay, last but not least here, what we have is selamat datang. Selamat datang. Datang means come. Datang means come. Okay, when you come, so it's just like a greet you a welcome. Okay, welcome. Okay, so selamat datang is a welcome. So welcome to all of you to my class. Okay, selamat datang ke kelas saya. Okay, ke means to, class is my class, saya means my, and class is a class. Got it? Anyone who wants to try to pronounce this, let's try. Come on. Chester, let's begin. Let's start. How to pronounce all these greetings. Anyone want to try to pronounce all these greetings? Come on. It's okay, it's wrong, because it's a learning process, you know. So I will correct you. Don't worry. There's no marks for you. So it's okay to pronounce it. Okay, let's try. Give it a try. Come on.
I can try.
Yes, please.
Selamat pagi. Selamat tenggari. Selamat petang. Selamat malam. Selamat jalan. Selamat tinggal.
Yeah.
Selamat datang.
Yes, very good. Thank you so much. Lovely. Okay. Are you the ones who from which country just now? Girl?
I'm from Italy, the girl from before.
Where are you from?
Italy, the one from before.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, because your pronunciation is very good. Good.
Yeah,
you need to try all the ones.
I've already practiced that.
I see. That's great. That's great. Good for you. Okay. Next, I would like to try. Come on, my Hong Kong boy, my Taiwan boy. Where are you? Let's try. Come on. Anyone? Are you sleeping? No? Are you sure you don't want to try? Okay, so let me carry on. Yeah, if you don't want to try, if you want to try, I'll wait for you. Okay. Okay, right. So that's a greeting just now. Now we have another more, some more greetings. Okay. So we do have here. Okay, try to read after me. Okay, I'll try to pronounce it. Okay, the first one, terima kasih. Terima, 3 syllable. Terima kasih. Kasih, 2 syllable. Terima kasih. So terima kasih means thank you. Okay, say thank you. But the answer to reply terima kasih, someone says terima kasih, thank you. So you have to say welcome. Welcome is sama-sama. Sama-sama means you are welcome. Yeah. Okay, next we have selamat hari lahir. Selamat hari lahir. So selamat hari lahir for you to greet someone's birthday. It's happy birthday. Yeah. So happy birthday to someone, you can say selamat hari lahir. So literally hari means day, lahir is born. So the day where you born. Okay, so selamat hari lahir. Okay, and we have selamat tahun baru. Selamat tahun baru. So that's a greeting for tahun means it's a year and baru means a new. So it's a new year. So when you want to greet someone, selamat happy new year, you can use selamat tahun baru. Let's say you spend your new year in Malaysia, so you can greet someone, Malaysian people, with selamat tahun baru. Got it? Okay, so it's easy, right? Okay, let's move to next one is selamat maju jaya. Selamat maju jaya. That's you need to greet someone to say all the best, good luck to someone. Let's say you have friend having exam or having interviews or whatever, something that you want to wish good luck. So you can use selamat maju jaya. All right. So next we move Apa kabar? That's the one our MC used just now, apa kabar. So apa kabar means say, how are you? Okay, you want to know someone says okay, not okay, fine or not fine. Okay, you can use apa kabar. Apa kabar. You open the mouth and it's just like a silent R, silent R there. Okay, apa kabar. Apa kabar. All right. Okay, so apa kabar means how are you? Okay, and last but not least, jumpa lagi. Jumpa lagi. Okay, jumpa means meet, lagi mean more. So you want to meet someone. Okay, it's just like a see you. Okay, jumpa lagi means see you. All right, so I repeat all over again. So you can repeat after me. Yeah. Okay. Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Sama-sama. Sama-sama. Selamat hari lahir. Selamat hari lahir. Selamat tahun baru. Selamat tahun baru. Selamat maju jaya. Selamat maju jaya. Apa kabar? Apa kabar? Jumpa lagi. Jumpa lagi. Okay. So as I said just now, when you say thank you, so you need to answer, you can use terima kasih and your answer should be sama-sama. Terima kasih and then you say sama-sama. Okay. And then you want to greet selamat hari lahir, selamat hari lahir. Okay, happy birthday. So your answer is terima kasih. Thank you. Okay, selamat tahun baru. Since everybody is celebrating New Year, so selamat tahun baru. You greet to me, so I will answer you the same thing. Selamat tahun baru, because both of us celebrating the New Year. Okay, so next is selamat maju jaya. Selamat maju jaya. If your friend having exam, so you can say selamat maju jaya. And if you also having exam, if someone greet you selamat maju jaya, so you can use the same selamat maju jaya. Unless you are not having the exam, then you can say selamat maju jaya to the person and the person will answer thank you. Terima kasih. Okay. Apa kabar? So apa kabar means how are you? Your answer should be okay, kabar baik. Kabar baik. Baik means fine, means well. Okay, so you use the word kabar then. And last but not least, jumpa lagi. You use the same thing. Jumpa lagi means jumpa lagi. See you and see you. All right. So anyone want to try? Okay, this one. Okay, I give you time to try to say things this. Anyone? No one?
May I try? Can you hear me clearly?
Sure, please.
Yeah, I apologize for the noisy surroundings. So I will try. Terima kasih, sama-sama. Selamat hari lahir. Selamat tahun baru. Selamat maju jaya. Apa kabar? Apologize for that.
Correct. It's correct. It's correct. Carry on.
Jumpa lagi.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, sama-sama. Terima kasih, sama-sama. Okay, the only things you need to correct is the pronunciation of selamat. Yeah? Selamat.
Selamat. Thank you.
Yes, correct. Okay. All right, terima kasih. Okay, next, who want to try? Anyone who would like to try?
Can I try?
Yes, please. I love to hear your voice. Please.
Terima kasih, sama-sama. Selamat hari lahir, selamat tahun baru, selamat maju jaya. Apa kabar? Jumpa lagi.
Okay, terima kasih. Next. Anyone?
I want to have a try, sir.
Yes, please.
Terima kasih, sama-sama. Selamat hari lahir. Selamat tahun baru. Selamat maju jaya. Apa kabar? jumpa lagi.
Very good. Okay, nice. Next, anyone? Anyone would like to try? One more. Let me have one more student. The ones from Hong Kong, from Taiwan, from China. No more? You don't want to try? Okay then, so let's move to next slide. So, I want you to introduce yourself, like say, nama saya berasal dari which country. So you can use, the first one is kata ucap. Kata ucap, you can put the greetings there. You use the greeting just now. So let's say, apa kabar? How are you? Nama saya Hiroki, saya berasal dari Jepun. Okay, you can use that. Okay, so again, you give the greetings, any greeting. Selamat petang. You can say selamat petang. Nama saya Hiroki, saya berasal dari Jepun. Okay, okay. Selamat tengah hari. Nama saya Mardian, saya berasal dari Malaysia. So just pick certain greetings. Okay, you can use apa kabar. You can use all the time, that time, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and so on. And then you can say your name and where you come from. Can you do that? Let me try the first one, okay? Apa kabar? Nama saya Mardian, saya berasal dari Malaysia. Listen, okay, listen. Nama saya, apa kabar? Nama saya Mardian, saya berasal dari Malaysia. Okay, I open to you guys. Okay, let's give it a try. How to use the greeting and say your name and where you come from. Let's try. Okay, anyone? The first one?
Can I try, sir?
Yes, please.
Okay. Selamat petang, nama saya Sri Lestari. Saya berasal dari Indonesia.
Okay, terima kasih Sri. Okay,
Thank you.
next. Next one. Anyone else would like to try? Let's get some greetings and then give your name and your country. Is it okay? The rest? No one would like to try? Okay, if there's no one, okay, shall we move to next slide? Okay, this is what you need to use. You can use both greetings. Okay, for example, selamat petang, apa kabar, nama saya Hiroki, saya berasal dari Jepun. Okay, this is what you need to say. Okay, you can use both greetings and then introduce yourself and you can say where you come from. Okay, let's say when you come to Malaysia, you meet someone in Malay, for example, any Malaysian, then you can say that. Okay, according to the time. The first one is greeting according to the time. Okay, selamat petang, apa kabar, nama saya Hiroki, saya berasal dari Jepun. Okay, so that's it. You need to say. All right, it's easy. Okay, come on. Okay, now we take a break. We take a break. I just introduced you some Malay culture activities. Okay, here is what you can see is a practical and application. Like for example, the first thing is shaking hand while saying the greetings. Okay, you meet someone and you shake hand. This is what we normally do. You shake hand. Okay, so as what you hear just now from the forum, okay, so normally the girls not shaking hand with the male, okay, the boys, okay, so normally male to male, female to female, okay. So this is what you need to do is to shaking hand, okay. That's a part of the when you say greetings, or when you say apa kabar, for example, and you introduce yourself, you can shake your hand, okay. All right, so this is what you need to show. You can try to shake hand, okay. All right, so this is while you say the greetings, apa kabar, then you can shake hand. Okay, second one, I introduce you the food. The food that I think you already heard, maybe the words rendang. So this is some of my international students. They have like during the culture festival. So we taught them how to cook rendang. Rendang is like we have that beef rendang or chicken rendang. It's a main dish that we during the festive season, during the eat. Okay, for example, we cook this rendang. Yeah, it's like a main dish. Okay, so this is the student who learned how to make. We already introduced the student in the class, and then now it comes to the practical, so they try to cook their own. Okay, but still someone's are looking up and guide them how to cook the rendang, and then after that they eat their own rendang. Okay, all right, so next we move to okay, the practical application too. So this is some the international student also given a chance to play the traditional game and music instruments. So the game we call the one that is chongka. All right, so that's a chongka. So that's all the international students. They're playing chongka while they have to pronounce. They have to say the number. So the chongka, we like to put all these the marbles in the hole that we have hole. So they have to count 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's we push them how to pronounce the numbers. Okay. The next, we introduce them how to play kompang. Kompang is an instrument that normally we use during the wedding. Yeah, Malay traditional wedding, we have this kind of kompang. Yeah, they play the kompang to welcome the bride and the grooms. Okay, so this is what we call kompang. All right, so as you can see here, there's some students from various countries. So this is in class. We taught them how to wear Malay costume, Malay traditional costume, and during what they need to do, what they need to say, what they need to prepare for when they come to the Malay wedding. So this is what we have like a practical in class before we took them to the real wedding Malay wedding. Okay, so this is some of my students. They are from various countries. Okay, so so this also during the international. This is an international student with the Malay traditional costume. Like the male is baju Melayu. The male costume we call baju Melayu. Baju means like a shirt, the dress, the costume, and Melayu means Malay. So baju Melayu. And the girls, the ladies, is baju kurung. Baju kurung. Why is baju kurung? Because you wear from top to the below. Okay, so that's how we say baju kurung. So this is some of my students during the practical session. Okay, so all right, so we finished with this. Okay, let me continue with the numbers. So you can use the numbers later on. Okay. So once you know the numbers, then you can say your age. Okay, you can say your age, but later. But we pronounce the basic number first, 1 to 11. Okay, all right. So the same thing you repeat after me. Okay, 1. The first one is satu. Okay, satu. Dua. Dua. Tiga. Tiga. Empat. Empat. Lima. Lima. Enam. Enam. Tujuh. Tujuh. Lapan. Lapan. Sembilan. Sembilan. Okay, sembilan. Okay, sembilan. And then 10, sepuluh. Sepuluh. And then last but not least, 11, sebelas. Sebelas. Okay, why I put 11? Because the sound of 11 is different with the first one. Number one is different. Okay, so sebelas. Okay, but when you repeat for 12, okay, we use the word dua. Okay, but I'll tell you later. But just need to pronounce all these numbers. Satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, lapan, sembilan, sepuluh, sebelas. Okay, let's say you learned Indonesian. There is a little, they're slightly different with the Indonesian because Indonesian say the number 8 is delapan. But in Malay, we have only lapan. We don't have the de. Okay, so that's a different, all right? So, all right, so you may try, if anyone who wants to try to pronounce all these, satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, lapan, sembilan, sepuluh, sebelas. Okay, anyone want to try?
I want to try.
Yes, please.
Satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, lapan, sembilan, sepuluh, sebelas.
Okay, sepuluh,
sepuluh,
sebelas.
sebelas.
Very good. That's the correct pronunciation. The rest is okay.
Thank
Only
you.
10 and 11. Okay. Sepuluh, sebelas. Got it? Terima kasih. Next, anyone would like to try? Anyone?
Can I try this?
Yes, please.
Satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, lapan, sembilan, sepuluh, sebelas.
Okay, where are you from, girl? Where are you from?
I'm from Japan.
Yes, I got it. Now I can tell. Okay, because for the sembilan there, yeah, you have to pronounce sembilan. Your tongue you put at the top. Lan.
Lang.
Sembilan.
Sembilan.
Ah, that's correct. That's the perfect one. Okay.
Terima
Alright.
kasih.
Okay, sama-sama. Okay, next one. Anyone want to try? Anyone? Any boys are really brave to pronounce all these numbers? Come on, boys. Are you there? Okay, if not boys, come on, girls. Show that you are the great. Come on, let's try.
I can try.
Yes, thank you so much.
Satu, dua, tiga, empat, lima, enam, tujuh, lapan, sembilan, sepuluh, sebelas.
Okay, are you from the Italy?
Yeah, it's always me.
So good. Okay, terima kasih. Okay, next. Okay, anyone else? Come on. Let's try. Let's try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. We move, yeah? We move to the next slide. Okay, so this is the chart, yeah? The chart that you can use to pronounce numbers in Malay. So this is what the number 1 to 11, okay? So that's why I put 11, because the 11, the pronunciation is different, okay? Even though you must say 11, the word, this is the room, yeah? So there's a family for the belas. The belas mean all the teen, okay? Like 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, all the teen we call belas, all right? So all the from the family of a T, like 20, 10, 20, 30, 40, 40, 50, 60, all the T is puluh. They call puluh. Okay, and then hundreds, all the hundreds called ratus, ratus. And all the thousands they call ribu, ribu. Okay. All right, so let's say try the belas one, the belas family. As I said, 11 is 11. But then start easier when you use the 12. 12, you say, use the number 2. Number 2 is dua, right? Dua. So you say dua belas. Dua belas. And then for 3, 13. 13 is 3. So say 3 and use the word belas. Tiga belas. Tiga belas means 13. 14. 14 means 14. 15 means 15. 16 means 16. 17 17. 18 means 18. 19 means 19. And then you have 20, you can say number 2 and the next family, puluh. So dua puluh. Dua puluh means 20. Got it? So that is why 11 is only 11 there. There's a difference. Okay, 11. We don't say satu belas. No, not say satu belas for 11. So we normally use 11. Got it? So again, 11, 11. And then we have 12, 12, 13 for 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and then you have 20 is 20. Again, one more time, read after me. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 means 20. Got it? All right. Anyone who would like to try? You want to try to pronounce that?
I want to try.
Yes, please.
Saya 18.
No. 11. Start with the 11.
I don't know.
11. 11.
11.
Very good. Okay, next when 12. Dua.
12.
Yes.
13.
Good.
14.
Good.
15.
Yes.
16. 17. 18. 19.
Okay, very good.
And then?
Satu.
No. Two. What is 2?
Dua.
Dua. So dua, and then the next family 20, 40. Dua. Puluh.
Puluh.
Dua puluh. Yes. Yes, 20. Ah,
20.
very good. That's a good try, really good try. Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
Okay, next, who would like to try? Anyone? Let we have one more student to try. I want to
Plus.
try? Yes.
Y11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Okay, terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Okay. Next, we move to the pulo family. So we have 10, 2. For the 10, remember it's a 10, 10. It's not satu pulo, but 10. 20 is 20, 30 is 30, 40 is a 40, 50 is 50, 60, 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90. Okay, and then we have hundreds mean seratus, or you can say satu ratus. You can use the word one and then you put ratus, satu ratus. Okay, I repeat for the T. Okay, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Get it? Okay, next we move ratus. Okay, so ratus we have 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900. So 900 is your 900. Okay, 100 or 100 is your 100. Okay, and then we move to next family. Means ribu, so 1,000. Okay, we have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. Got it? So it's easy. You just repeat the number and then you have the family. All right. So only certain numbers we pronounce it a little bit different. Okay. Instead of one, we call sir. Yeah. All right. So anyone would like to try? Any family you want to try? You want to try the T 10, 20, or you can try 100, 100, 200, 300, or you want to try the 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. Any family you want to try? Let me correct you. Okay, come on. Anyone? No? No one?
I want to have a try, sir.
Okay, that's great.
I want to try the hundreds.
Okay, please. Ratus, yeah?
Satu ratus.
Yes, good.
Dua ratus. 3 ratus. 4 ratus. 5 ratus. 6 ratus. 7 ratus. 8 ratus. 9 ratus.
Terima kasih. Very good. Good try. Really good try. Yeah. Okay. I didn't expect too much because it's the first time and then this is a very short time. So you did a very good job for me. Okay. Let's move. Or anyone would like to try? Anyone? Can I give one more student to try? Do I have anyone like to try? No? Okay. So if no, let's move to the next slide. Okay. This sentence or these phrases is to say your age. Yeah, to tell someone your age. Okay, so umur, the first word is umur, umur. Okay, saya, so my age, umur saya, and then give the number, and tahun. Tahun means years old. Okay, tahun. Actually, basically, literally, tahun means year, as I said just now. Okay, but it also consists the meaning years old. Okay, so you just say umur saya, and then give your age, give the number, and then tahun. Okay, tahun. Umur saya, then give your age, give your number, and then tahun. Okay, let someone try. Can I have someone try? For example, umur saya 20 tahun. 20 means 20. Umur saya 20 tahun. Okay. Anyone to try?
I want to try.
Yes, please.
Ama saya 18 tahun.
Okay, you pronounce the umur, the age. Umur.
Umur. Umur.
Yes, very good. One more time. One more time. Yeah.
Umur saya 18 tahun.
Very good. Perfect. Okay. Anyone else? Terima kasih. Terima kasih. Anyone else would like to try?
May I try? Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
please.
Yeah, I'd love to have try. Umur saya 12 tahun.
I don't think so. Are you 12 years old?
Oh, no. 12. Oh, sorry. So sorry. It's 20.
Correct.
Sorry.
Okay, one more time. One more time. One more time.
Okay. Umur saya 20 tahun.
Very good. Terima kasih.
Thank you.
You got it right.
Thank
Okay. Okay. Ada lagi? Ada lagi means any more? One more. Anyone else? To say your age. All right. No, we don't have. Okay. Let's move. See, this I put more from the beginning until now. You can give me greetings, and you can tell me your name and where you come from, and then your age. This is how you introduce yourself. Okay, let's say you meet me, and then you can introduce yourself. Okay, for example, selamat petang, apa kabar? Nama saya Hiroki, saya berasal dari Jepun, umur saya 20 or 19 dah, 19 tahun. Umur saya 19 tahun. Got it? I repeat one more time. Okay. It's nice if, let's say, you already know that the person, you can say after kabar, you can say the name. You can say the name of the person. Okay. Let's say you say you greet to me, you introduce to me. Okay, you can say like this. Selamat petang. Apa kabar Dr. Mardian? Nama saya Hiroki. Saya berasal dari Jepun. Umur saya 19 tahun. One more time. Read after me. Okay. Selamat petang. Apa kabar Dr. Mardian? Nama saya Hiroki. Saya berasal dari Jepun. Umur saya 19 tahun. Okay. In terms of putting my name, you can put either at the first greeting or the second greeting. You can put either one. Okay, let's say I show you, I'll put at the first one. Okay. Selamat petang Dr. Mardian. Apa kabar? Nama saya Hiroki. Saya berasal dari Jepun. Umur saya 19 tahun. Got it? So you can put my name to the person that you talk to at any greetings, or the first one or the second one. Okay? Can you do that? Show me. Okay, prove to me that you can do that. Okay, let's try. I'll give you a try. Anyone would like to try? Come on, girls. My Italy girls?
Yes, I'm here. Can
Yes,
try.
come on. Yes, please.
Selamat petang, Dr. Mardian. Apa kabar? Nama saya Gayam. Saya berasal dari Itali. Umur saya 20 tahun.
Very good. Aha. Like this. Very good. Okay. Next. Come on. Let's give it a try. Next girl. Or boys would like to try. Come on. If you can say this, you ready, definitely you can introduce yourself. Yeah, in Malay. Just memorize it. That's great. Come on. At least one or two more. Okay. Let's try. Let's give it a try. Learning languages, yeah, it's about that you have to try. If you don't try, you cannot get it. Okay. It's also the same thing that you have to memorize the word. Yeah. And then the pronunciation. Okay. So it's good for you to keep using it. Okay. Push yourself. Of course, sometimes learning languages is something bored. Okay. But if you put your effort, your guts to try, so definitely you will get it. Okay, come on. Let's have one or two more. Come on. Anyone? The one is from Japan just now. Girls from Japan. Anyone? Sri Lestari just now from Indonesia.
Okay, I want to try, sir.
Okay, please.
Selamat petang, Dr. Mardian. Apa kabar? Nama saya Sri Lestari. Saya berasal dari Indonesia. Umur saya 19 tahun.
Okay, terima kasih Sri. Okay. All right. Next one. My Japanese. Yes,
Yeah,
please.
okay. Yeah. Selamat petang. Apa kabar? Nama saya Sarina. Saya berasal dari Jepang. Umur saya 20 tahun.
Ya, 20 tahun. Good. Okay, terima kasih. You did a good job. Okay. So now we have a break for this one. Okay, how to say for the price. Okay, we need to learn because you already know the numbers. So this is what you need to know. How to say the price. Okay, how to ask the price. Okay, let's move. Okay, so the Malaysian currency called ringgit, yeah, ringgit Malaysia, ringgit. You have gate, no, gate is a gate, G-A-T-E, gate. Okay, that's the ring, yeah, this is the ring. Okay, I'm wearing a ring, so not a wedding ring, so that's a ring. Okay, so it's a ring gate, ring plus the gate, so it's the ringgit. That's the sound. Okay, the sound of Malaysian currency. Okay, Malaysian currency. So ringgit. Okay, so the thing is how to pronounce the number with the ringgit. I mean, to pronounce the price. Okay, so this is, for example, you have that 3.20 Malaysian ringgit. So how are you going to pronounce it? Okay, so you have to pronounce the three first. Tiga, and then the dot there represent the ringgit. The dot there represent the ringgit. RM 3.20, this is how you write. This is how you write. But when you pronounce, this is what you pronounce. Okay? All right. So how you pronounce what you, the one RM 3.20, you have to pronounce the three first. Okay, tiga, and then the dot. The dot represent the word ringgit just now. Okay, so tiga ringgit, and then the two. The two is dua. Since it's a 20 there, so it's 20. 20. Okay, right. In English, we have cent. Cent, C-E-N-T, cent, 20 cent, 40 cent. Okay, so now we have sin in Malay. Sin. again sen. So let's hear, or you can read after me. 3 ringgit 20 sen. 3 ringgit 20 sen. Got it? Okay, so the dot represents ringgit. Okay, let's try another one. We have RM 1.15. Okay, that's the number, that what you write. Okay, so how to pronounce? Okay, so again, satu, and then the dot represent ringgit. So satu ringgit. And then 15 at the back. So 15. 15 means 15. And then you have the word sen. Satu ringgit 15 sen. Okay? Got it? Satu ringgit 15 sen. Okay. Are you sure you got it? Okay, never mind. I'll repeat the first one. It's 3 ringgit. Remember the dot represent ringgit. 3 ringgit 20 sen. 20. Okay, and then put sen. 20 sen. And the next one is 1 ringgit. Okay, 1 ringgit, 1 ringgit 15, 15, and then the word sen. 1 ringgit 15 sen. Remember the dot represent the ringgit. Who wants to try? Come on, the girls, boys, let's try. Give me a try. Your numbers, your knowledge of numbers. Okay, give me a try. Let's try this. How to pronounce the number, the price there.
I think I can try the first one.
Okay.
Is it 2 ringgit 7 lo sen?
Yes, very good.
Thank you.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So, anyone else want to try? Just give me any numbers here, any price here you would like to try. Okay. Come on.
I can try the second one.
10
ringgit 30 sen.
Very good. Terima kasih. Okay. Anyone else? Anyone else? Number 4, number 3, number 3, and 4, if you would like to try. It's very easy. Remember, only the dot represents the word ringgit, and the rest is only number, and you put sen at the back. If there is no sin, for example, there are no numbers at the back, like you have 700, 7.00, it means 7 ringgit. Okay, 7, you have 7, 7, and then the dot ringgit, and then 00, so it means 7 ringgit. All right. Okay. Okay, the third one is 4 ringgit 80 sen. 4 ringgit 80 sen. And the number 4, number 4, we have 7 ringgit, yeah, 7 ringgit 90 sen. 7 ringgit 90 sen. All right. So it is very easy if you memorize number 1 until 11, and then you know the family of the numbers for the 10, for the T, for the 100, for the 1000. So then you just repeat and using it. It's very easy actually. Okay. So let's move to next what we have. Okay. So how to ask the price? Okay. Let's say you come to Malaysia, and then you want to ask how much is that. Okay, you can use this, how to pronounce. Okay, the question words. Okay, the question word here is using berapa. Berapa is a question word to ask number, okay. You see the word, the first one is berapa. It's 3-syllable word, berapa. Berapa means how much. Okay. Harga, the next word is harga. Harga means the price. And ini means this. So berapa harga ini. Berapa harga ini? You can show berapa harga ini. Ini mean you can touch, you can reach the things you want to ask. Okay? And you have another one, berapa harga itu. Itu means that. That means you cannot touch, but you can point to the things or to the things that you want to buy. You want to know the price. Okay, remember, ini means near to you. You can touch or you can reach. And then the itu means far from you. You cannot touch, but you cannot reach. You just point the things. Berapa harga itu? You can point. Okay. You can point like that. Okay. Berapa harga ini? You can touch the thing. Okay. You can take. Okay. Berapa harga ini? You can show berapa harga ini. But when you cannot say berapa harga itu, it's wrong. Because you can touch the thing, but you can say berapa harga itu. No, it is wrong. Okay, itu you cannot touch, you cannot reach. So you can say berapa harga itu. You can point to the things. Get it? So that's what the difference is ini and itu. Okay, so it's berapa harga ini mean how much is this, and berapa harga itu, how much is that. Easy, right? Okay, you can do that. Okay, remember, berapa is say to ask, yeah, it's a question word in Malay to ask how much or to ask number. Okay, harga means price, ini or itu means this or that. Okay, what do we have here? Let's continue with Malay pronouns. Okay, what do we have? Malay pronouns. Okay, this is a Malay pronouns. Okay, in other languages also we do have the pronouns. Okay, so here it is a basic pronouns in Malay. Okay, so we have saya before. Saya, nama saya, my name. So saya is can be I, can be mine. Yeah. Okay, and the second one is awak. Awak. Open your mouth. Okay, awak. Awak. So awak means you or your. Okay, and then we have dear. Okay, dear, the same thing pronunciation like D-E-E-R or D-A-R, dear. Okay, so dear means he or she. Okay, it's a third person. And then we have mereka. Mereka means they. Three syllable word. Mereka. Mereka means they. Okay. So, and then we have ini. I show you just now. Ini means this and itu means that. Okay, I repeat. You can repeat after me. Saya. Saya. Saya means I. Awak. Awak means you or your. Okay. Dia. Dia. Okay, because the third person is far from us. Dia. We're talking about them. About he or she. And then mereka. Mereka is they, is a plural. Okay. All right. Okay, shall we move? Okay. So you can introduce your friends. Okay. Ini kawan saya. So ini means this. Kawan means friend. Saya is mine. So my friend means kawan saya. So this is my friend. This is how you use the pronouns just I introduced you just now. Okay. Dia kawan saya. He or she is my friend. Okay. And mereka keluarga saya. Keluarga. Here is the 4-syllable words. I think in this syllabus, this I think the largest one that you have 4 syllable. The rest we have 2 or 3 syllable, but this is 4 syllable. Keluarga. Keluarga means family. Okay. They are my family. Mereka keluarga saya. They are my family. Okay. I'll repeat all over again. You can try. Read after me. Okay. Ini kawan saya. Ini kawan saya. This is my friend. Dia kawan saya. Dia kawan saya. So he or she is my friend. As I said in Malay, we're not a gender language. So if you say dia, it can be he, it can be she. Okay, dia kawan saya. Okay, alright, and mereka keluarga saya. They are my family. Mereka keluarga saya. Okay, anyone would like to try to pronounce this? To say this, okay? You may try to say this because you have a new word here. So in new words, okay, so I hope you can try this. Let's give a try, come on. Dia, what you like to try? Gaya? Gaya, kau kalah.
Ya. Ini kawan saya. Dia kawan saya. Mereka keluarga saya.
Yes, very good. Terima kasih. Gaya, you're very good, your pronunciation. And come on, my girls from Japan.
I want to try.
Yes, please.
Ini kawan saya. Dia kawan saya. Mereka keluarga saya.
Yes, good. Okay, you can repeat after me, okay? I'll correct it a little bit for you. Ini kawan saya. Ini kawan saya. Very good.
Ini
next.
kawan saya.
Very good. Okay, next. Dia kawan saya.
Dia
kawan saya. Okay, let's try.
Dia kawan saya.
Very good. Last one. Mereka keluarga saya. Mereka keluarga
saya.
Yes, one more time. Read all these three.
Ini kawan saya. Dia kawan saya. Mereka keluarga saya.
Keluarga.
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 Keluarga saya.
Yes, got it. Very good. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Anyone else? One more. Give me one more.
Can I try?
Yes, you are most welcome.
Ini kawan saya. Dia kawan saya. Mereka keluarga saya.
Yes, very good. Let's say you have pen pal in Malaysia. Okay, you can show. Okay, you Skype or you video chat or whatever with your friend. You can show the picture. Ini keluarga saya. Okay, you give your picture of your family. You can show to your pen pal from Malaysia. Okay, you can say ini keluarga saya. See, you can say you can talk in Malay now. Okay, all right. So we take a break with the Malay culture activities now. Okay. So these Malay culture activities. What we have here. All right. So I move this first. So for the takraw. So normally takraw is a male, is a boy games. So they're playing with the ball. It's made of cane, you know, it's a cane. Okay, and then they count. Okay, they count the how they can kick the ball. Okay, so next we have silat. Silat is a martial art, Malay martial art. Okay, so for Malay martial art, it can be male or female. Okay, so this is the student show their capability in doing the martial art. Okay, so what we pronounce this game, takraw. Takraw. This is pronounced as a takraw. So you can read after me. Takraw. Takraw is 2-syllable word. Takraw. Takraw. 2-syllable word. Very good. And we have the Malay martial art we call silat. 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 This silat, the same thing in Indonesia. Yeah. So it's a pronunciation, the same thing, silat. Okay, next, what we have. Okay, so I want to show you, this is what we call some of the international students, they learn how to make this pastry, kind of pastry, what we call as kueh onde-onde. So kueh onde-onde. So that's onde-onde. you put the brown sugar in the dough and then you make it round and then you put in the boiled water. Yeah, so this is what we call onde-onde. And the next we have krepek ubi. So the krepek ubi is is it made from the tapioca, you know, tapioca. So they slices into small pieces and then they fry in the deep fry, and that's you have that krepek ubi. Krepek means like a crackers, yeah, crackers, yeah, like you when you bite it. So it sounds like that's krepek ubi. Okay, so this is krepek ubi. Even the krepek, it can be banana also. We can use the banana to make it slices, and then you in deep fry, we can produce krepek pisang. Pisang means banana. Okay, this is krepek ubi. Okay, now the pronunciation. Okay, let's try to pronounce it. Okay, read after me. Yeah. Kue onde onde. Kue onde onde. Kue onde onde. Very good. The second one, kerepek ubi. Kerepek ubi. Kerepek means 3-syllable word. Kerepek ubi. Okay, got it? So this is the international student who also given a chance to taste traditional food, yeah, Malay traditional food. Okay, good. Now, okay, I'll show you just now. This is in the right side, the student having practical in class. And then this the left side is a real wedding. So they took a picture in the wedding, during the wedding. Okay, so this is they have the real wedding. So they try to mingle around and to use the certain vocabularies to use the Malay language during the wedding time. Okay, so this is another one. This is the student went to Tugu Negara. So what is Tugu Negara? Is the national monument. This is a national monument. If you have experience in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, you can go and visit the monument. Is a national monument. It is so-called Tugu Negara. Tugu Negara. Tugu means 2-syllable and Negara 3-syllable. Tugu Negara. Tugu Negara. Okay. And right side, we have this is the where the student I took the student to the where the elephants sanctuary. Okay, so they had experience to have the elephant ride, and the place called Kuala Ganda. Kuala Ganda, that's a place name, yeah, in Pahang. Yeah, it's a state of Pahang. Okay, Kuala Ganda. So the international student also given a chance to visit places. So we brought them to, took them to Tugu Negara, which is in Kuala Lumpur. And this is one in Pahang, Kuala Ganda. All right. Okay, move. Okay, now we have, oh, wait. Okay, I'll show you. This is the practical and application time that we have the student having painting the batik. Yeah, the batik is a type of traditional cloth in Malay. So they have a chance to draw the batik. And then the other one, the right side, where the international student took part in the Malay dance. Yeah, in the Malay dance. Okay. So they learned some Malay dance there. Okay, we took this displays. They have various kind of experiences like draw the batik and also the having the Malay dance. Okay, so I'll show you some international traditional Malay house. So this is the one. This very sorry. Back. Okay, this is a various Malay traditional Malay house. We have normally the right side, yeah. We call Kampung Melayu, yeah, Malay village, Kampung Melayu. Kampung means village. Melayu is a Malay village. This house in my right side, you normally find this at Malacca. So it's a Malacca house, okay, like this. And the right side is more in Perak. Yeah, you can see the state of Perak in Malaysia. So this is a traditional, yeah. But some they preserve this house. They love to have this kind of house. It's normally in kampung, in the village. All right. So let's move. Okay. So this is the student. Okay, my left side. Okay, the student from Japan. Okay. That experience, I took them to the museum. The museum, okay, which is already a museum. It used to be a Malay palace. Yeah, Malay palace. Okay, Istana Melayu. Istana Melayu. Istana means a palace. Melayu means a Malay. But nowadays, this palace is become the museum already. Yeah, so not anymore is a palace. Okay. All right. So the right side, where the student have giving the student experience, sit on the floor to have the pastries or whatever food, yeah, together while doing the readings, yeah, doing the readings, yeah, and read their written tasks. Okay, so they have the chance, or maybe they have the singing the lyrics, okay, during the time. So we taught them how to wash their hands, right hand, and then how to eat when they sit down. Because when you go to Malay traditional house, normally what we have is like this. They ask you to sit on the floor. You have, as a female, you have to sit like that. You can see in the picture, okay? But for the male, there's another type of you have to sit. Okay, let's move. Okay, let's continue. Okay, let's continue with the class. Before we finish, about another 5 to 10 minutes. Okay. All right. So I introduced some noun in Malay. Okay. Sorry. So we have like a fruits here. Fruits in Malay. What we call fruits in Malay. So buah. Okay. So buah is a fruit. Okay. We call buah fruits. And this is a Malay types of Malay kite, Malaysian kite. We call wow. Yeah, it's a wow. Wow. But this is the sounds like a wow. Yeah. Okay. So next nouns we have another fruits that we can have in Malaysia. Okay, in Southeast Asia country especially. Yeah, you have durian. Okay, durian, the first one. And we have second one, pineapple, is nanas. Nanas is a pineapple. And we have manggis. Manggis is for mangosteen. And then we have rambutan. Rambutan is traceable word. Okay, rambutan. And last but not least is jambu. Jambu is a guava. In English, it's a guava. Yeah, jambu. Okay, that's all the fruits in Malay. You can pronounce it. Okay, then we have, okay, let's say you like the fruit. How you can say, I like the fruit. Okay, I don't like the fruit. Okay, so how you say like, how you say you don't like. Okay, so the first one, saya suka rambutan. Suka means like. Saya is I, my, okay. Saya suka rambutan. So I like rambutan. Okay, I like rambutan. Okay, so the second one, saya tidak suka durian. So I don't like durian. So I don't like durian. So saya tidak suka durian. Okay, saya suka Malaysia. Saya suka Malaysia. So I like Malaysia. So that's how you use suka. You like or you don't like. Okay, suka or tidak suka. Alright, got it? So, saya suka rambutan. Saya tidak suka durian. Saya suka Malaysia. Okay, good. And last but not least, this is some of the Malay words that we learned today. Yeah, so we have kampung. Remember what is kampung? Kampung is a village. So that's the picture for kampung. And then we have wow. Remember wow is a Malaysian kite. We have kawan. What is kawan? friend. Remember, kawan saya. Okay, kawan saya means my friend. And then you have buah. So buah is a fruit. And then salam, remember, we shake hands, salam, okay? And we have kuih. Kuih is the pastry. Remember, kuih onde, pastry. So this is some of the words that we learned during this class. So if you can remember, so the picture will help you, okay, to understand. All right, so what is this? This is, oh, right. So this is the relationship between culture and the lesson. So you can see nouns and adjectives. So we do learn about noun and adjectives. We have the culture and the costume, Malay village, Malay family, local fruit, and Malay food. So all these I already taught you in this lesson, okay, in this short class, and hope you will understand and you can use that, how to greet and how to introduce yourself and how to say this is my friend and how to buy things and how to ask how much, how to say, how to pronounce the price in Malay. So that's all for today. And I would like to say, this. Learn the rules so you know how to break them properly. When you lose, don't lose the lesson. Okay, this is it's a phrases from Dalai Lama. Okay, right. Thank you so much and jumpa lagi. Terima kasih. Jumpa lagi. Okay, take care. Bye. Terima kasih. Back to the MC.
All right. Thank you so very much
Thank you.
to Dr. Mardian for such an informative class today. I hope everyone learned a lot and enjoyed learning about Malaysia's national language and that he shared about our culture as well. So that is all for today. Thank you once again, Dr. Mardian and participants. Let's take a photo session together before we go. So those who can turn on your camera, please do so and show us your beautiful smiles, and our tech team will take your photo.
All right then. You're done with the taking photos?
Yeah. All right. So now we're done. Don't forget to, for the participants, don't forget to fill up a survey form, as we would like to hear about your feedback and suggestions. Unfortunately, our class have come to an end, but don't feel down just yet because we have so many more fascinating events waiting for us tomorrow. Don't forget to join our iWeek cultural performance competition. You can stand a chance to win cash prizes, but don't forget that the deadline is today at 11:59 p.m. Malaysia time. Tomorrow, we will have a culinary workshop and French language class. So don't miss out this chance, and we will see you guys again. Until then, stay safe, take care, and have a wonderful day or night ahead. Thank you.
Jumpa
Terima
lagi.
kasih.
Jumpa
Jumpa
lagi.
lagi.